and welcome to the Glendale Historical Preservation Commission meeting of October 20th, 2022. Our meeting is called to order tonight at 5:08 p.m. This meeting is being broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, AT&T Universe, and Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live and in high definition on our city's webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire devices, using a free app called Screen Weave, and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the Glendale City website for viewing at any time at glendaleca/gov agendas. For public comments on tonight's meeting and questions during the meeting, please call this telephone number, area code 818-937-8100. Our city staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person on our commission. And current agendas for our commission are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. And that concludes our opening introduction comments. It is now time for roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more thing to continue on. Our agenda was put on the city clerk's agenda, live on the website, and posted outside City Hall. And I think that's it. Correct, Jay? Did I get all the things?
That sounded good.
Good. All right. Now it is time for roll call.
All right, roll call. Commissioner Yurka? Here. Commissioner Morgan? Here. Commissioner Crignati? Here. Commissioner Vartanian?
Here.
And Chair Doom?
Here.
All present.
Okay. That's why I now posted our regular meeting was agendized outside the bulletin board of City Hall. It's now on time for approval of the minutes from our previous meeting of September 15th. Any discussion with the minutes or a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Excellent. Roll call for this, please.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Crignati?
Yes.
Commissioner Vartanian?
Yes.
Commissioner Yurka?
Yes.
Chair Doom?
Yes.
Good.
Our next item on the agenda is oral communication. Discussion in this item is limited to items not part of this agenda. Each speaker is limited to 5 minutes, and members of the Glendale Historic Preservation Commission may question or respond to the speaker, but there'll be no debate or decision. I don't have any blue cards. Is anyone committed to oral communication about items not on our agenda?
No student speakers tonight?
No.
Yeah, you guys love that. All right.
Phone?
Anyone calling in for items?
No.
No? Excellent. Thank you. Good point. Okay. Item 5 on our agenda is board commission member comments. Any comments, Commissioner Morgan, going on in our community?
Yes,
You have the floor.
I have. Good evening. I would like to make you aware of 2 events happening this Saturday, October 22nd. They are both Glendale adjacent. They're not actually in Glendale. The first, opening from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., is the 17th Annual Los Angeles Archives Bazaar at the Doheny Memorial Library at USC. There will be over 70 archives from different historical societies like the Glendale Public Library History Room or the Eagle Rock Valley Historical Society, and many more. If you are a history geek like I am, this is the one. So many collections all in one building, all on one day. And I'd like to say a little bit about the Archives Bazaar. The LAS Subject Consortium brings to life the diverse, often hidden stories that make Southern California such a fascinating place of discovery. The annual Los Angeles Archives Bazaar, which is free and open to the public, offers a one-stop opportunity to interact with dozens of archives from large institutions to private collectors. In addition to exhibitors, the bazaar will feature workshops on preserving fragile books, audio recordings, and home movies, as well as discussions on the World War II era Nobel Prize-winning author Thomas Mann and the creation of the Weimar on the public. There is the second, coming on that same weekend, is the Music Box Steps Day. Where can you visit an original Laurel and Hardy movie set still existing? It is from 12 noon to 4 p.m. at the Laurel Hardy Park, 925 Vendome Street in Silver Lake. These steps are where the famed comedy team of Laurel and Hardy filmed their 1932 Oscar-winning story, The Music Box, naturally. There will be free food, live entertainment, and screening of that short film, naturally. And you will be there, as it happened. Exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Any other commissioners with comments?
I do have a comment.
Commissioner Yerka?
I would like to request the chair that we postpone item 7B. These are the Mills Act contracts. Because they are combined together, I have to recuse myself. I live within 500 feet of 1833 Neodora Drive. And I'm friends with the applicant Francesca Smith on Lawson Place. This is the other property. But as per the city attorney, that does not require a recusal, as long as I'm upfront about our relationship and the fact that we served together on the board of TGHS. There is no need to consider these two Mills Act applications together. It is not a competitive process because council approved granting up to 2 Mills Act contracts. So each will stand or fail on their merits. The commission could grant 0 Mills Act contracts, it could grant 1, or it could grant both. The way that these properties have been evaluated is not in relation to one another. They have been evaluated according to an objective, point-based system on their condition and their work plan. So if there were 3, I think I would have to recuse myself because there would actually be a competition between them, but not for 2.
Okay, so you wish to have the item A?
7.
Oh, item 7, I'm sorry, Crestview, 7.
7B.
7B. I should have known.
I would like to have that continued, and my apologies to the applicants, but I wanted to bring this up early so you didn't have to wait.
All right, thank you. Does staff have any input on this?
Well, I'm not sure what the
Commissioners
goal of the continuance is because Commissioner Yerka would still have to recuse herself even if it were postponed. But staff vehemently disagrees that it is non-competitive. The city attorney has reviewed this and agrees that it is competitive. And I'm not sure what's going to change that if we postpone.
The city attorney did not agree that it's a competitive process.
I have had extensive
He sent me a
discussions.
long letter today.
Yes,
Jay?
I read that letter. I've
Yeah.
had extensive discussions with the city attorney's office, and this is a competitive process. There's nothing in any materials that ever were prepared for HPC or for city council that said, if we only have 2 applications, it's not a competitive process. From the very beginning, this has been seen as a competitive process. And if you're being asked to discern between the 2, that perhaps one may make it and one may not, that is going to be on the basis of some sort of comparative assessment between the 2.
Okay,
So
so I
at no
understand
point-
then we need a motion to change the agenda?
Well,
To proceed?
can we just,
I think it's at the chair's discretion. Staff is recommending against that, of course.
Okay,
Ask a
you may, sure.
okay.
Ask a question.
I guess, can we not just separate, bifurcate that item on the agenda, and she can recuse herself for one of them, and?
No, this is how this has been discussed. This is how it's been developed through the staff process. It's been how it's reviewed by the city attorney's office. They're very aware of the way we're doing this.
So then,
So regardless of the fact that it may not have been as clear in the letter to you, Commissioner Yerka, as possible, doesn't mean that they haven't understood what we're trying to do here and why this is a competitive process.
okay, so now and moving forward, does she not have to recuse herself from it because it's within the 500 feet?
She has to recuse
So
herself.
then she therefore has to recuse herself from the entire item?
Right, it's one item on the agenda, a competitive assessment between 2 applications. And to make that competitive assessment as fairly as possible, a commissioner would have to be present for the discussion of both items, to hear what the colleagues say, to hear what the public says. And because Commissioner Yurka needs to be recused from one, she cannot give
Input on both.
assessment based on this competitive. And, you know, it sounds like we're going to be agreeing on whether it's competitive or not. It's first we're hearing about this issue of non-competitiveness. It was never foreseen, it was never discussed, it was never in any of the documentation that's been presented. And just on a logical basis, you know, it doesn't make sense to me. What's the difference between 2 and 3? So,
I have to say, actually, I've already been sort of planning in my head the conversation that I was going to try to have with staff and with everybody when these came up, and ask, first of all, it's been a very, very long time since this was all presented to council and presented to us. It's been several years, as you know, in the making for us to even get to this point. I was going to ask the commissioners that were present at that time if they remember how this process was, for lack of a better word, sold to us. I don't remember, I will be honest, it being being billed as something as competitive as you're making it sound. I don't remember there being any discussion of a point system. Everything that I took away from it was the council had agreed that we could grant the Mills Act to up to 2 contributing properties in a district every year. I didn't walk away from that going, ooh, it's going to be a battle to the death for this type of a thing. And what happens moving forward if next year we only get 1 application? Do they have to wait?
we'll sit on that application until we have more, so we have a competitive assessment. That is exactly what would happen. I included as an attachment the August 20th, 2020 HPC staff report, which clearly says point-based, merit-based, competitive, all those words are in that.
You attached it to the packet that we received today, or earlier in the week?
Early in the week.
Okay, I don't remember that portion.
I
so
have
it would be good.
I have some pull quotes if you need them later, but
Okay, so what you're saying is moving forward, we will never hear a Mills Act contract by itself for a contributor in a district. It will never be presented alone. There will always be at least one other property with it.
the whole issue was in a given year, we're looking at this on an annual cycle. Yes, it has taken a long time to get here, acknowledged. In a given year, we can grant up to 2 Mills Act contracts, which means we could grant none, 1 or 2. And with staff time being available, we can go beyond that. We prioritized that we would grant 4 contracts for Glendale Register properties to still give the Glendale Register process a little bit of precedence over the contributors. But the discussion at council was to limit this to about 6 applications a year. Part of this was based on when we thought there was going to be a flood of applicants, and this doesn't mean there won't be a flood of applicants in the future. But it's been clear from the very beginning that this is a comparative analysis between applications.
Okay, so your request is that it be continued to next meeting with the anticipation of what happening between now and then?
Them being split.
Okay, and is that something that you are going to be trying to make happen after this meeting, or is that something that it doesn't sound like he's in support, staff is in support of that? Are you planning to try to go another route to make that happen?
The chair has the discretion about the agenda, so he could remove it with the understanding. And I just want to point out that at our last meeting, Jay was not sure how this was going to come to us, whether it would be 1 item or 2 items, how to handle it. So the idea that this is sort of 1 item and it's the only way that could be handled was not established at the last meeting.
And for the
It's
reason
also, excuse me, I'd
that
like to finish. It's also not the first time that you've heard about the issue of this being not competitive, because I did email you about that as one of my concerns for the necessity of recusal. You know, I take my obligations to the commission very seriously, as you know, and I take the process very seriously. And I don't see how having less than 3 applications makes this competitive. They stand or fall on their merits. I also am outraged at the thought that someone in good faith could apply for a Mills Act contract as a contributor and have to wait around until they can duke it out with 1 or more applications. That seems completely wrong to me. And you know, we do look at multiple applications at one time. For example, say these were separate items and they were coming here for the Glendale Register and a Mills Act. One was recommended, one wasn't. You know, then we're forced to exercise a decision. You were forced to make a tough decision that may involve looking at them in a related way. No one is expected to recuse themselves for that. And here we have something so concrete, which is a point system. I do not see the comparative force of this at all, and I think it's wrong to insist on a recusal on those grounds. And I read the attorney's letter as much more ambivalent on that point than Jay does.
The attorneys have been very clear in their discussions with staff, but I'd like to just present to the commission and the theoretical, if we were to split these into two separate items, we would have to hear them individually, take public testimony individually, take the property owner's testimony individually. You would then be making a decision on the first item without the benefit of hearing the testimony of the others. You would have read the applications, of course. Perhaps you would have made a decision based on that. But as a deliberative body in a public environment, you would be cutting off the ability to have that kind of discourse, to have that kind of information to inform your decision-making. That's why we are presenting this as one item. I acknowledge it's strange, and yes, maybe it took a while to get to the point where we figured out how to do this, but this has been discussed with the city attorney, this very issue of what if we had 10 items for review and had them as separate items. And so we would hear the first item. And I even asked the city attorney the question, could we hear the item as a separately agendized item, table it, go to item 2, table that, go to item 3, table that, and then have our discussion at the end of that? We cannot do that. So,
Okay, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Okay, so you mentioned, by the way, I'm not keeping score of these things, but you mentioned that we are limited to 4, I remember that, 4 register approvals a year. Like I said, I'm not keeping score. How many have we done this year? Are we stopping at 4 and then you push the application to the next year?
it's always been with the caveat as staff time allows. Casey Conley's joined staff to work on historic preservation items, so we now have more capacity than we had when that was written. We're not cutting things off, and if we had had more Mills Act applications, that would have been great. I think the idea of what if there's one application in a competitive environment, the whole point of this was to avoid, as it was written in the staff reports, first come, first served. It's like historic district contributors are not historic properties in the way Glendale Register properties are. And the idea of when we have, soon we'll have over 1,000 contributors, and what if we get a lot of interest? We have to have some way to discriminate between the different applications in a way that's consistent, as objective as possible, and gives you the best tools to make a decision of which ones you'll award this to. Properties that are not awarded a contract in 1 year are allowed to apply again. So it's not like you're dead in the water. Maybe they didn't present enough work in their work plan. Maybe something else comes up that they realize, oh, I need to do this, and maybe this will make my case better for the commission to review next year or in 5 years.
Do you want to say something? Because I would like to make kind of a suggestion.
Well, I was going to ask input of the chair for other commissioners. Commissioner Vartanya, any input you have?
No, Jay, so is there any room for more discussion? Because it seems to me that the point system makes it objective. So they're not really being, we're not really comparing the properties to each other, right? So if there were only one property, we would still look at it objectively based on the evaluation. And I understand the point is that if we got 50 applications, you need a way to narrow it down to the ones you're going to bring to us. So am I hearing that per the city attorney, if there's one application, we cannot objectively
that was never
review it?
discussed with the city attorney. It does seem like it would be unusual given the way we've presented the system. If council wants to change that, this system will be, this is the first time we're doing this. So for example, when I go through the point system, when the presentation occurs, and I guess we're having a lot of unagendized discussion about this, which I'm getting a little nervous about. I'll just finish what I was going to say. The point system is invariably going to change over time. Someone's going to come to us with something unanticipated, a project or work need. I tried to write them as broadly as possible to cover the main things that were discussed in the staff report to HPC and to council. So there will be things to change, but I think we have to rein this in, unfortunately, and just, the chair needs to decide whether he wants to postpone the hearing or not, but you can ask for the opinion of your colleagues, of course.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes.
as much as I was thoroughly disappointed that you would not be a part of this discussion, I'm just wondering that, I think at some level, are you saying you would not recuse yourself from one of the two? And that was the one based on location or on relationship?
The location is a conflict of interest. I
Okay.
consider to have an economic stake in a Mills Act contract within 500 feet. So that would be, I have to recuse myself on that one no matter what. But I would not have to recuse myself in the absence of
Do
that
we
contract.
not have to recuse ourselves if a close friend of ours is bringing
Said she contacted the
forward
attorney about it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, no, the way,
Oh, okay.
the way it works is.
Because I would like to know that too for
Yeah,
future,
well, Lord, like, for example, on the first item, you have to recuse as well
because of
your
location.
proximity.
Yeah.
You are also friendly with the applicants, and just as Kathy is friendly with one of the other applicants, you do not have to recuse yourself. You do need to make a statement that you have this relationship and you don't believe it's going to bias your decision-making, so
Or I may recuse myself if I thought it might.
you could, yeah.
Yeah.
You could.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan, any input?
No, I'm just listening. I'm like Chris, I would like to go back and review the stuff back in 2020 that,
It's in your staff report.
Yes.
Yeah, it was in the report.
I don't know.
Okay.
My
Commissioner Kennedy?
suggestion, I guess, is we're having a little bit of he said about what the attorney has said with this letter.
No, we are
that,
not.
That there's a letter that's going around that I haven't seen. I certainly could find value of having Ms. or Mr. City Attorney sitting in front of us so that they could explain to us exactly what is expected of us. I appreciate that you're doing that now, but we do have a disagreement from a voice on the commission. And I think that because this is our first time, I think we all need to make sure we're on the same page. And I realize we're talking about something that's not agendized. This was all the conversation I was having to plan to have when this agenda item came up. So Mr. Chair could certainly move the item forward and we could have had this discussion properly. But because this is the first time we're seeing it. And again, my interpretation and my memory of it was slightly different than what I'm hearing now. And so I think we would all find value from a conversation with the city attorney specifically about what is expected of us of this specific process. The Mills Act, the register process is extremely subjective. Their properties come before us all the time and we tell them no for various reasons. It's, you're trying to make this objectives.
Do not meet the criteria for designation.
Right, well, okay, but we're telling these people no because they don't meet the criteria of this
No
process that
no
we've
one's
created.
telling anyone no. This is an advisory staff opinion to an advisory review authority that will be advising city council for the
Right.
final decision.
Right.
And if this means anything to anyone, if we do postpone to the November hearing, there's no way the Mills Act review will be heard by city council this year. So we're already doing a
Pushing it
2023.
another year for them.
My understanding is that it still isn't going to start, it's not going to start January 1st, even if it does go
I don't know
through.
what you mean.
The Mills Act property tax benefit is that there's a lag time.
No, well, there's a annual cycle on processing of contracts by the county assessor. So if this contract isn't signed and finalized this calendar year, it won't go to the assessor until 2024.
So there's no way that this could be heard between November 17th.
We just had a staff meeting talking about the council agenda. There are only two hearing opportunities in December, and the calendar's already getting booked. So I can't say that it is impossible. I can say it doesn't seem feasible or reasonable to do that. So the question would be, do you run the risk? And I strongly recommend that we not, postpone the hearing, as you've heard, but doing so would run the risk that this transfers both of the current applications to next year and would possibly put them in competition with a greater number of applications if they were to come in. They wouldn't be treated as 2022 applications.
That threat, I find just
This is not a threat. I am just trying to tell. It
I
is
don't
not.
see why. Well, anyway, I did ask for a representative from the city attorney's office to attend. I take it that wouldn't be you, would it? Okay.
Well, let's see, as power of the chair, wow, I gotta make a decision. So I appreciate everyone's input, and I understand Yes, sir. Wait, okay, hold on. No, we're not on that part of the agenda. I thought you had something towards me.
You guys need to. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No,
We're not on that, we're amongst board members' comments amongst ourselves presenting the agenda,
this is not a public hearing.
not a public hearing part. So this appears to be an item that needs to be clarified with the city attorney for future properties. And based on what we have done in the past, having my 5 years been here, it's never been a conflict to reject a property for being paired. I remember the point system. My first 3 years in our old buildings, I used to bring all my binders for homework and looking them up, and I don't bring my binders anymore. I'm sorry. We could have looked it up for that. But I'm going to ask, without any further objection, that we continue in regular order and not delay it for the sake of the owners and property taxes as well. I think it will pass by the general feeling and not be upset with anything. Okay.
I just want to say thank you for the seriousness with which you all took my concerns. I really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you. No one should be silenced. I think we were all heard and got our point across. Any other comments on item 5 from board members?
I actually did have one more.
Another unrelated item?
Depending on how that went, I thought some people might not want to stick around. So I got an email from a property owner who is applying for the Glendale Register. And it's a very nice email. Mainly, the owner just wanted me to know what the problem with the city's process is, so that if I found out about other applicants, I could tell them not to rely on what the city's website says, because there is an application on the website that the owner filled in and mailed to the city. After waiting a month, he called, he left 2 messages with community development, got no response. Finally talked to a person who put him through to Casey Conley, who let the owner know that the city is no longer using the paper application and has switched to an online form. The address I used, she said, is no longer current, but that she'd look around the offices in that part of the building to see if my application was sitting around someplace. I mentioned that I didn't see anything about an online form, and she told me that the website hasn't been updated yet. And I just want us to, it is a big waste of time. It sucks when you send something off, get no response, try to call, can't get a response back. And all it takes is updating a website and creating an online form. So, and this guy, he was not complaining. Like he was so good-natured about it. I was seething, but he was not. So I just update the website, please.
Yeah, well, there are 2 issues here, and we don't have to address this, but we have the Glendale permit portal, brand new, glitchy as all get out, problems, but we're working hard on fixing it. When we developed it, we did include an aspect for Glendale Register applications to go through the portal. If that's, first we have to figure out if it's going to work. And if it doesn't, we can pull back, because for some other preservation-related applications, they were just so, like a historic district application is so complicated, and we don't get enough of them to warrant the work that it takes to put that into the portal, where the Glendale Register application is a little more straightforward. So this is a work in progress. We know who you're talking about. Casey talked to them. We have their application in hand. I get that they're frustrated. Unfortunately, because of the portal system, we have other frustrations. I also know that the actual city website is not up to date on the preservation pages and probably others. We're going to be working on that in 3 weeks. I think we have a time set to pull that together. We've had trouble with getting things updated, but we're totally aware. We've done screen captures of all the pages. We know what needs to be updated. It's just getting the time and getting the right person to help us. So, so we are trying to be as responsive as we can on that.
I'm done.
So just a quick follow-up. So Jay, if in the meantime people submit on paper, I mean, it's going to get processed, right? Or are they going to get sent back?
I just got a paper application today. We're going to process it as a paper application. It's fine.
Right.
Well, once we know whether we're using the portal, if we're going to use the portal, those people are going to be redirected to the portal, and we're going to make it clear on the website. And the goal is everything's going to be crystalline. When is that going to happen? Well, incrementally. So.
Welcome to government work. Okay. Item 6, we have old business. Letter A, address is 1230 Ethel Street, DRB case number PDR 210755. And it's now time for staff input on this report. And I understand Commissioner Martin is going to recuse herself for this? Okay. Do we have a number to find you when we're done with this agenda item, Laura? Sorry. Where are you going to go hide out? We find you? Oh, you watch it downstairs? Oh, okay. All right. Welcome, retrieve you.
We won't utter a word till that door slams.
All right.
So I just wanted to introduce this. Cassandra Pruitt's the case planner for this, and she'll be presenting the case.
All right.
I just wanted to introduce this by way of saying that this is a strange case. We haven't seen something like this
stranger
at the commission level. This is a very modest proposal. I don't feel that I have any grief or concern that this is going to impact whether this house remains a contributor in the historic district. We do have a design review recommendation, but that's something you can consider and choose to impose or not impose. But I just wanted to mention that, you know, because this, in a very strict look at the Secretary's standards and a look at the historic district guidelines, this isn't, you know, something I can just say pass. But the commission does have the ability to step beyond both the guidelines and the standards if the commission thinks the work is appropriate, thinks it's well done, and thinks, in the case of a historic district contributor, that the work will not lead to the property no longer being a contributor. That's the threshold analysis, and that's all in the code. So unless you have any questions about that, Cassandra can begin her presentation.
Well, good evening, Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. As Jay stated, I'm Cassandra Pruitt. I'm the case planner for this garage remodel project at 1230 Ethel Street. The subject site is an approximately 6,750 square foot interior lot located on the southeast side of Ethel Street between Don Jose Drive and Moncado Drive. The site is developed with a one-story, 2,040 square foot single-family home and detached garage designed in the Spanish Colonial Revival style and built in 1928. The property is zoned R1, FAR District 2 with a historic district overlay. The property is a contributor to the Ross Moyne Historic District Overlay Zone and is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act review as a Class 1 existing facilities exemption because it is a minor addition. It is also exempt as a Class 31 Historic Restoration Rehabilitation exemption because, if approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, the property will remain a contributor to the Ross Moyne Historic District. The applicant is proposing to remodel the existing 294 square foot detached garage, including replacing the flat roof with a front gable roof, adding 106 square feet at the rear, removing the wood pop-out at the garage door opening and replacing the garage door, and replacing the non-original stucco cladding. In this slide, you can see the existing garage on the right-hand side and the proposed garage with the new gable roof. These photos show the existing conditions on all sides of the garage. And this photo shows the view of the garage from the sidewalk, so you can see that it's set back quite far from the sidewalk. These additional photos show existing conditions on all sides of the main house. The proposed garage roof mimics the front gable roof shown on the front facade photo at the upper left of this slide. In this aerial view, you can see that most properties in the neighborhood have detached garages at the rear, which you can see along here. And most of these houses with the red tiled roof are the Spanish colonial houses, and you can see that the garages have flat roofs. The neighborhood photos show the general condition of the garages being detached and set back at the rear with minimized visibility from the street in most cases. Showing some examples. This is the floor plan, and it shows that the width of the garage is remaining the same, and the addition is taking place at the rear. These are the elevations showing the change in the roof shape as viewed from all sides of the building, and the other minor front facade changes. So this is the existing garage with the flat roof, and this is the proposed gable roof. In terms of site planning, the footprint and location of the garage addition is consistent with the neighborhood pattern. The garage expansion extends towards the rear of the lot, maintaining the existing side facade planes and utilizing a relatively small area of the site located behind the garage. The addition will not be visible from the street. The garage remodel will result in a modest change in mass and scale of the building as viewed from the street, with a distance of over 100 feet from the front property line to the garage. The height change from 10 feet 6 to 13 feet 6 will not significantly impact neighboring properties and is in keeping with the roof heights of many garages in the historic district. The rear addition to the garage is not visible from the street and continues the same building height and facade roof planes. The placement of the new pitched roof on top of the existing parapet, however, results in proportions that are not typically found on modestly scaled garages in this historic district. Staff recommends a condition of approval to build the new roof at the height of the existing roof plate rather than the top of the existing parapet. If this condition is imposed, the change in roof height discussed above would be reduced. In terms of design and detailing, the garage remodel is consistent with the Spanish Colonial Revival architectural style of the house. Although the existing Spanish Colonial Revival detached garages on the street have flat roofs, pitched roofs are also consistent with this style. The new gable roof on the garage mimics that of the primary building on site, which features a cross-gabled roof, as I mentioned earlier. And removing the altered pent roof and the bump out at the front north facade of the garage will allow the proportions and overall style of the proposed remodel to be more consistent with other gabled roof garages in the district. The garage features a new wood paneled door appropriate to the style and period of the house, and the clay tile roof cladding will match the roofing at the house. For these reasons, the proposal is appropriate in terms of design and detailing. As a note, several public support letters were received from neighbors who live on the street, and these were forwarded to the commission prior to the hearing. So based on the information just presented, the staff recommendation is to approve with the two conditions as stated in the staff report. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. And
May I ask a question?
yes, you may ask a question.
The garage appears to be right on the property line. Is there a variance needed in order to expand it?
No, there isn't. There is a setback exception for detached garages that allows them to be on the property line.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Cognotti?
Can you just maybe explain a little bit more exactly what the condition is? I'm having a hard time visualizing what it is specifically that you're asking.
We'll switch. Or do you want to try? It's subtle, and basically, when you look at the existing condition, there's this little pent roof here that is built over a projection that was added to the garage at some point, probably to accommodate larger cars. So this isn't an original feature, but on a flat-roofed garage or structure like this, having some sort of attached pent roof is often a nice way to kind of break up the height of the space above the door opening or window openings or whatever. When we look at the current proposal compared to the existing building, you can see that a parapet is the area of the wall that's raised above the flat roof. So there's a recess when you look down at it.
Oh,
So this dashed line over here is what we're calling the roof plate. That's where the roof joists rest on the wall there. And then the parapet continues up beyond that. So we're recommending two things here. One is that this pent roof isn't appropriate on a gable, but it's, it's not the worst thing in the world. So we're being kind of purist about that. But regardless of that, there's just an unusual amount of height when you look at the space from the top of the garage door opening to where the roof line starts, this is called, the roof rafters rest on the roof plate. That's the structural system for these things. It's modest, but we thought that it presented a proportion that we couldn't justify as kind of being relating to historic proportions of small garages like this when they do have a pitched roof. So, does that answer your question?
It does. If you had to guess, what is the difference? Is it a foot? Is it 2 feet in height?
Guessing it's about 18 inches.
Okay. And yes, obviously that bump out is not original, and therefore that little piece of roof is not original, but
The applicants are proposing to put a feature like that there just
and
as a decorative
staff
feature.
is, you said, okay with that?
We're not vehemently, it's a minor thing.
Right.
It's not a traditional thing you would see on a gable, but it's not unheard of. We've seen DRB approve things like that on new construction, not that that should have any bearing here. But it does help. If you were inclined to say, hey, this height differential in building on top of the parapet, at the top of the parapet isn't a big deal, it does help disguise the proportional shift. If that were missing, I think the forehead of the garage would look a little more funny.
Any more questions for staff?
I guess I kind of do have one. It's sort of similar to what Kathy asked. Has this already been through, I'll just get straight to the question. With the angle of the roof now pitched this way, the water's going to run off the sides of the garage. Has that been reviewed as to whether or not that's going to be an issue, given that it's a zero lot line situation where the water's not supposed to run off onto the neighbor's yard and all of that?
Yeah, and maybe the applicant can answer that better. I think there may be a little bit of space there. Do you remember, Cassandra? If not,
If it's been approved by someone.
Solved in other situations through guttering and bringing the downspout onto the property owner's side.
I guess my question really was, has it already been through whomever makes that determination so that anything we decide isn't ultimately overridden because that part hasn't been investigated?
Yeah, we've seen this on lots of lot line conditions, and there's workaround for that. But there may actually be a little space there.
It might show it on the site.
Oh, let's see. Backwards.
It's hard to tell with the red line.
It actually does look, the eave may project right about to the property line. It's hard to tell. It's close, you're right.
Okay, well,
But
we'll
close,
just continue
but
what we're
close enough
doing
and guttering and good neighborly relationships. I don't know if that neighbor has supported the project, and maybe the applicant can share that.
That's all my questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now on time for the applicant to come forward. I have 2 cards, but the owner gets to speak for 5 minutes. I don't know if you divide it amongst yourselves or what have you, because I have 2 cards that both say owner and applicant for Eric and Nancy.
You can split 5 minutes.
You can go together.
Together, and just know you both have 5 minutes. Okay, so please state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm Nancy Grant Waters. I live at 1230 Ethel Street, and I'm the owner applicant. My husband and I, we've lived in Glendale for almost 15 years now. We actually bought this amazing house before we got married, before we got engaged, right? Oops. I have a long history in Glendale. My grandparents, they moved out here for the aerospace industry back in the, 50s. They raised their families in Glendale. My grandma actually still lives on Glendale, almost in Burbank. She's going to be 99. So I have a long history with this community. I really love it. When my husband and I found this Spanish bungalow, we just kind of fell in love, mostly with the historic features. The inside of the home has, original mahogany, the beautiful, what do you call on the windows? The trim on the windows. We just love it. We love the neighborhood. And we've worked really hard to make it and preserve it and bring it back to its historical beauty from the 20s. So that's all I have to say. We just really love this house, and we're just trying to make the garage work for us because we have 3 kids, so we need storage space. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, I think, from my perspective, we really respect what you guys do from a historical point of view. When we moved into the house, there were vinyl windows around the entire place, and there's a number of the projects we've done, we've replaced them all with wood windows. We painstakingly had new molding milled to match the original casings, all in mahogany. So we take this all really seriously as well. I mean, you guys are welcome to come for a tour anytime you'd like. I think we're trying to make this beautiful property work as best it can for us. You know, I like cars and motorcycles to my wife's great disappointment, but they need a place to be. And the reason really for the pitched roof is so we have vertical storage. You know, we have 3 kids, there's probably a dozen bikes at our house, there's kayaks and surfboards and all kinds of things. So we're trying to find the best balance of, you know, respecting the aesthetic while making the property work for us. So a little bit of background and context and color that hopefully sheds some light on why we want to have that vertical space and why that vertical height is so important. And when we looked at it aesthetically, we looked at the front of the house and said, boy, wouldn't it be great if this garage could match that same roof slope and the same height? And so we see very much a copy-paste of that being portrayed in both areas of the home. So thanks for your consideration and hoping for a thumbs up.
Thank you. Any questions for the owners from the commissioners? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I did have one other question for staff. If
Okay,
that's
sure.
okay.
Before I continue, go ahead. Barbara,
Okay,
staff.
sorry. Is it possible to extend the garage further to the rear?
They are doing that, but they can't extend it any further
Okay,
to the rear. For
that
that,
was-
there's a setback. Is it an easement there? There's an easement they have to respect.
Okay, that was my question.
Okay. Are there any other members of the audience who wish to speak on this item? Fill out a blue card. Any phone calls, Jay, on this item?
We have no calls.
No phone calls. Terrific. Okay. Time for discussion amongst ourselves. Any commissioners have any input on this particular item, the housing question, the garage?
Well, I agree with what staff has said so far. I like the fact that your neighbors really love you because they've sent quite a few letters and the whole bit. We usually never get that many letters. And I like the fact the staff says the applicant's proposal is driven by increasing storage space in the garage. They have made a good faith, and that thing is very important, a good faith to explore other options, but found none that met their needs. So I think you're between a rock and a hard place, and I think you've compromised very, very well. And I just like all the things that the staff said in here, that, you know, that it's consistent with this, it mimics the main buildings, more consistent with other garages. The new door is more appropriate. Clay tile roofs match the house. So I think you've done everything that staff has told you should do, and you're doing it. So I'm all in favor with what you're doing because your neighbors love you.
Thank you. Commissioner Craig-Gotti?
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, I think it's I like the design. I think it's appropriate. I have a feeling when these garages were originally built back in the day, they were built with these flat roofs and everything because they were cheaper to do. And I'm sure everyone would love to see something maybe a little bit more pretty. I can understand your situation with wanting to have the higher pitched roof. I'm in support of that. I think the little eyebrow thing or whatever it is we're calling it above the door will help break that up. That is not an original feature either. But I'm in support of the design that you have. I don't think that I'm not in support of the condition that staff is putting on it. Let's put it that way. I'm fine with the design the way you've presented it.
And you just said you support the eyebrow.
Yes, and the eyebrow as well. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Yerka, any comments?
Yes, I'm going to be the dissenting voice. The neighbors wrote very lovely emails, and they clearly really value you. I think our decisions need to be made based on what's in the code, what the standards say, and what the historic district guidelines say. And I don't agree that when staff says that we're not bound by the standards, but we should determine what's appropriate, is the standards are what help you determine what's appropriate. That's their whole purpose when you're making alterations to historic properties. And I know it's not described in any kind of detail in the DPR, but I find that usually to be the case for historic district contributors and non-contributors, is they're pretty basic, and it is mentioned, the detached garage, but not with detail. I do see it as character defining, even though it's been altered. I think it still conveys its significance as a 1920s Spanish colonial revival garage. That simplicity, I think, is part of its historic character. The fact that it was less expensive and is not fancy. I would add, I don't really think that putting in a gable roof conforms to the standards. And I would only add that I don't think it conforms to standard 3 because it's a conjectural feature. And the idea of making the garage mimic the roof line of the house is sort of what you're not, I mean, the mimicry, it's didn't look like that historically. It has a different roof line. And that roof line is clearly an element of these properties in that area. So, I totally agree that an extension at the rear is appropriate. And I really feel that these modest garages get picked off pretty easily. If I suspect my colleagues, especially since 2 of them have already spoken, are going to approve this. If they do, I completely agree with staff that the roof line should be brought down because the proportion of a gable roof that is over 13 feet high is much more competitive with this more modestly scaled residence. And I also think that the pent roof should go, that it's not appropriate for a gable. The other changes, the resurfacing and the removal of the pop-out, I think are completely appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you. Would the owners have any closing comments before I close oral communication and move on?
If I may?
Sure.
The objective for us really is to gain that storage height. So by bringing the roof height down, while I appreciate your comments around the flat roof, it really is, that is the objective for us to achieve greater amounts of storage space. And so if we start to bring that roof line down by any significant margin, it really starts to really dilute the reason for doing it in the first place. So we would just ask that that be reconsidered, the purpose for why we're trying to accomplish this, while trying to maintain the aesthetic that we think fits. I totally understand your point around the flat roofs being much more consistent, but that is really the intent of us doing this. And so by bringing it down significantly, it kind of erodes the whole purpose of doing the project in the first place. Thank you.
Okay. And the chair will entertain a motion.
You have comments on them?
No, I agree with what you have already said.
Okay, and then if we could just clarify before we hear the motion, Mr. Morgan, you weren't 100% clear. Are you're okay with it at the proposed height rather than condition 1 height? Is that
Yes,
okay?
proposed height.
Very good.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move that the Historic Preservation Commission approve the design of the garage as proposed, not as conditioned by staff at 1230 Ethel Street. Is that a good
So
enough?
to be specific, you're moving to approve with the deletion of condition 1.
There we go.
Okay.
That's what I'm proposing to do, moving to do.
I second.
Okay. It is moved and seconded. It's time for a roll call.
All right, Commissioner Yurka? No. Commissioner Crignati?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
And Chair Doom.
Yes.
The motion passes 3-1.
All right. Before we continue, I'd just like to enter into the record the lovely letters we received from your neighbors. I think they should be giving support for Carrie Shires, Katie McAfee, Kathleen Corkum, and Lori Sullivan. You have great friends. Thank you very much. Okay. Item 7, new business, letter A, 1012 Crestview Avenue, Glendale Register Nomination and Mills Act application, PMA 2208748.
Give me 10 seconds and listen to my apology.
boy.
Casey, unfortunately, was taken ill today, nothing serious, but she had to leave. She had this all prepared for you. I have not prepared myself to do it justice. I have been to the house, or I've seen everything, and will do my best to do it justice so that you can understand what's going on here. And I'm not much of a reader of scripts for slideshows, but I'm going to start out that way at least and see where we go because I don't have the details in my head. So this is a Glendor Register nomination and Mills Act application for a Spanish Colonial Revival house at 1012 Crestview Avenue. You can see it's over here in the Glenwood neighborhood, right off Grandview Avenue on Crestview, up toward the Vertigo Mountains. Oh.
That's okay, I heard the rest of it.
Oh, boy, not that you're forgotten, but I forgot about you.
Since she's watching outside again.
Okay. 1012 Crestview Avenue, Spanish Colonial Revival in the Glenwood neighborhood for consideration for the register and for a Mills Act contract. It's a very interesting house. It presents a different face to the street than many of our other houses. But what's interesting, we're getting a number of applications lately for more of the modestly scaled houses the commission has talked about, wanting to see more applications. And I have to assume it's coincidence, but maybe people are listening. So one way or the other. The house was built in 1932, has a lot of the features that we associate with the Spanish Colonial Revival, the stucco clad walls, the tile roof. This house has a lot of interesting features that we don't see typically on these houses, including a facade that only has, really one prominent window facing the street. It's a very inward-looking house, and that's because a large section of this front facade is actually screening the interior kind of entry court that goes into the house. So before we go into the courtyard, you can see the gate, the wood gate here. There's a wood grill over to the right, two wood grills that also open onto the courtyard to the right. And then when we go inside, you see this arcaded courtyard with this very nice, one of my favorite concrete patterns is when you have this kind of irregular kind of patterning. And I don't remember if we've ever shared what that's called in architectural history world. It's that pattern is called reticulated, which is, if you look at a giraffe,
Yes.
you'll never forget this. Giraffes are reticulated giraffes because they have a very similar kind of random pattern. So, so it's always fun to share that kind of stuff.
Can we remember giraffe instead of reticulated?
It's giraffe pattern. So, and then maybe we'll find a zebra striped one at some point. We also have one of those things that we don't see as often is a wood hinged door that I don't know if it's original, and perhaps the owner will know that, but it definitely has the character of the period for the house. It's a really special garage door, I would say. As we come around the sides of the house, you see, very simple forms as we associate with the style, recessed wood casement windows with sills, projecting window bay, looks probably where the kitchen sink is. The other side facade on the right, and a look at the rear yard on the left. And let me just go over Casey's notes to make sure. Oh, there's the entry has a feature that's interesting that's kind of shows better if we had a photo from the other side, which may be coming up. But you have these two kind of moldings that suggest the columns of capitals where the arch springs from the top of the capitals. And then on the right side, you have a little buttressed element that kind of steps down. And, structurally completely unnecessary, as most of these things are in Spanish Revival, but this one's different than what we usually see. So it's kind of a cool feature. Let's see. Casey did the research. The door is a replica of the original, so it was rebuilt to look like the original door. And that's why it's in such good shape, and probably why it's still there. So, sorry. Other features, there's some ironwork, that there's a condition, there's some minor repairs that would need to be made. It looks like in the center of this post. So I believe we put that in as a Mills Act condition. Some alterations, which is the doors and side lights, typical of what we see on the rears of a lot of our Glendale Register properties. It fits, but it doesn't have divided lights, which you would expect in the style, but we didn't recommend a condition for that. And before we get to our conditions, let me just skim Casey's notes to make sure. Oh, so the current owner has done a lot of work. So let's go back. So the current owner has done extensive restoration work, and some minor alterations that are compatible but don't detract from the property's integrity of design, workmanship, or materials. These include the rehabilitation of the roof, where original tiles were salvaged as much as possible, and replacement tiles were chosen carefully to match the historic tiles. The replacement or the replication of the garage door. There were originally some jalousie and fixed windows that the owner removed and installed new wood windows. And the courtyard concrete is actually repoured, so that's new concrete that was scored to match the previous scoring pattern. So I think it's clear that the owner has done a lot of work prior to this application, indicating an understanding and care for this property. And she may be able to fill you in if I'm missing anything that is worth your knowing. So coming up, the staff finds that this property is eligible under criterion 3. And let me just double check. I don't have in the notes who built the house. We usually tell you that. I know it's in the staff report. Yes. And yeah, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Mahoney.
it's not in the notes I've got, at least that I can find.
I mean, the builder
Bernard
I have is
Lindberg.
Bernard Lindberg.
From
Yeah.
Sweden.
Thank you. Yeah,
First paragraph.
that's great. And so we have 3 recommended conditions. We're only finding it significant under criterion 3 for the quality of its architecture. Repair the iron grille in front of the fixed window on the front facade. Repair some deterioration on the cast stone quoins around the living room picture window. And then one thing that we added, there was some thought that when you look at the garage, you see that the roof is bowing. I was just told by one of the commissioners that there has been some remedial work done inside the garage. I guess that was just found on the site visit. The bow itself wasn't a problem. In fact, it's kind of the patina of age. It's not the worst thing in the world. When I first looked at it, we wrote that condition in case there were a structural issue. It looks like that may have already been addressed, so you can talk to the owner, ask about that if you'd like. So condition 3 may be something we don't need to continue unless you're concerned about that feature or that bowing. And with that, I conclude, thankfully.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yes. On number 2, repair the slight deterioration of cast stone. I don't know how to pronounce that next word. I've never seen.
Pointing.
How do you do that? What do they do?
You determine what material it's made out of. It's likely that it's stucco. It could be cast stone, and you hire a contractor who has experience doing that kind of work, or a conservator who does that kind of work. And ultimately, you're probably going to be patching. There are cracks, you cut them. First, you determine if it needs to be repaired. Some things you kind of leave. If there might be a missing corner or something, sometimes it's better to leave that. But cracks you want to repair because water can get in and ultimately start causing damage. And so the concern is you just make sure that whatever mortar mix or patching material you're using is compatible with the material in terms of its expansion and contraction coefficient. You make sure that it has a surface texture and color that's going to match as closely as possible to the material that's around the window. So basically, that's, and we can guide the applicant toward, we can't tell them who to hire, but from whoever they hire, we're going to ask for this kind of information. And if they don't know who to talk to, we have conservators who we could recommend to them.
So I guess we can discuss that when I could just read that because I looked closely at this area and I couldn't quite figure out exactly which spots Casey was having an issue with. So I was hoping maybe we could make it more of like that space evaluated, and if determined to be reparable or in need of repair, have it repaired, rather than maybe stating that it be repaired without knowing exactly what her issues were.
Yeah, and I
okay.
thought she told me there was a photo. I think we just have the photo of the ironwork and not the
Well, maybe it's what's behind the ironwork. There is one section behind that ironwork. If you look right up towards the top right corner, it looks like there had been some patching perhaps, or that there's been just some deterioration. But I don't know that that's something that gets repaired so much as evaluated.
You want to leave damage
Yeah.
alone, depending on where it is and the extent
So I
of
guess
it.
I'd just be concerned that we word that condition differently, but
what
we
we
can
could-
discuss that later.
If you decide to approve recommending the Mills Act contract, once the applicant gets through the process with council and begins the work, I'll go out with Casey, we'll look at it, we can make an evaluation. We'll probably have to recommend that someone else look at it, and, well, we're not going to do the work, obviously. But point being, we'll either be reviewing specifications, or there'll be, well, one way or the other, we'll look at the specs, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right, we now have the owner present. I have a blue card for Shea Harbor. Do you come up and say your name and address and speak on this item? You have 5 minutes.
Maybe 30 seconds. I'm an ex-teacher, so, I could go on for hours, but first, thank you very much. All of you guys were so great when you came to my house, and it just really was comfortable and fun, and I learned things, so thank you. And I'm sorry that Casey isn't here because she was great too, and actually, this is the first time I met you. I've met you, Jay, so
Yes, I
thank
was
you.
not there, I don't know.
Thank you so much for all the work that you do for our city. Casey just said, go up there and say what you like about the house. So I thought, well, what is it that, I really thought about it, what is it that I really like about the exterior of my house? And actually, I think, I don't see the picture, but when you're in the courtyard, you see the sort of layers of clay tile roofs, and it's all asymmetrical from the front and from the courtyard. And it just reminds me of like old world architecture. It's not what we normally see. And I see it from my dining room. I see it when I drive up. I see it when we're eating in the courtyard. And it's just really a pleasure. And it's different. It's unique. And actually, it's one of the things that most of the people, my guests, say, what a beautiful roof. And that's what I would say is my greatest joy in the exterior of my house. I think that's it. The
Sounded
courtyard
good.
is wonderful, and the back patio is wonderful because it's a place to entertain and be outside and enjoy our weather and enjoy the landscaping. That's it. Thank you so much. Do I
Good
go
job.
back?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Unless there are any questions?
Any other audience members feel a blue card to address this item?
I'm sorry.
No, any other members in the audience with a blue card? Any telephone calls, Jay?
Calls?
Okay. I'll close public hearing, which I forgot to say last time. Thank you. And ask commissioners amongst ourselves, any comments on this property? Commissioner, you're going to go first?
Yeah, and only because I want to add something for staff to consider and the commission to consider, which is there's really that magnificent deodar tree in the front yard, and we have been including really important trees as character-defining features, and I would like that added to this property. It doesn't mean that if it dies of natural causes that you will have to keep its hollow husk, but it's a way of acknowledging its importance to the setting of the property.
You have to reopen.
I will be happy to reopen oral communication and have the owner come forward and speak about the tree. In the microphone, please.
The tree is 100 feet tall, and, it has to be clipped and cared for by, specialists. But it is in excellent condition, and they say that tree will last, many, many, many years. So again, it's like really one of the most beautiful features of my house. When I'm sitting in my courtyard, you just have the pine smell and this beautiful tree as a backdrop. So I don't think I have to worry about the tree. The tree in the courtyard was a mulberry tree, and it was dead. And I waited and waited and had people come to try to treat it. I lost it, and that's why I have a new concrete interior floor on my courtyard.
Morgan, any comments?
Well, plenty. I was able to go with Commissioner Craignotti on Tuesday, I guess it was, and we had a really good time. It's outstanding. I know our purview is not the inside, but she has restored all of the windows in the material, and it's just I was blown away, to say the least, on it. It's a great house. I love Spanish courtyards when you get to the front door, but it's not the front door, and you get in and you go through the courtyard itself and around back. It was just wonderful. I mean, she has done so much work in restoration, things that I didn't even think were possible. She's done, and she created a great house. It's a little bit modest than some of the ones that we have had, but I think it's a great addition to the historic district. So I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed being there with Chris and the whole thing. So it was good.
Party.
Thank you.
Almost.
Mr. Cognati, any comments?
Sure, I'll go next. Thank you, Shay, for bringing this house before us and for applying for putting it on the register. Yes, it's different than most that we get, which is what makes it so appropriate, I think, for our register. I'm going to speak just quickly about the conditions and my thoughts on the conditions. So I have a feeling there's a possibility that the window iron grill might actually have to be replaced. It does have significant rust in places. It's not just that one spot. So I guess when the condition says repair and the tradesperson comes out and says, oh no, it needs to be replaced, obviously that's ultimately what needs to be happen, right? I mean, there's not like a...
We have the ultimate say. If we, it takes a lot for iron to kind of lose it totally. This image doesn't show anything that's truly concerning, but we'll look at the whole thing.
Yeah. In fact, there's 3 sections of this rectangular pattern, and one of them has a little finial on it, the other like decoration on the front, but it's where it connects into the wall. There's just significant rust and stuff. So if it needs to be replaced, it probably should be replaced, and I just wanted to make sure that is there. Regarding the quaining, I think I already kind of spoke about that, and then I guess I have photos on my phone. I showed them to Jay of the support work done to the garage inside. It has been reinforced. That whole thing has been reinforced. I don't think I can present them here because I can't get them up on the screen. But just know that I think asking her to bring an engineer out to do that, I don't know about the word engineer is appropriate. I think if she was, as far as I'm concerned, if she had a statement from her roofing contractor to indicate the work that he did and why he did it, I would be okay with that. I don't think we necessarily need to bring a third party out for that because the work has been done.
Or you could just eliminate the condition if you guys are comfortable that it's been addressed. So.
I've seen it. I would say Mike saw it. That as far as I'm not an engineer, but I know that it was a reputable roofing company that did the work. Shea Roof, coincidentally, their name is Shea Roofing. No relation, different spelling. So I feel confident that the retrofitting has been done appropriately. So I would recommend that we can remove that condition altogether. Otherwise, I think it's a great house. I think it satisfies everything that we expect to see in a historically significant home. So thank you again for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Vartanian?
Okay, I'm last and not much to say, but I also want to thank you for... You're not last. Oh, I'm sorry. It was 2 more. Oh, you haven't gone. I thought you went first.
I went this way.
Didn't you start? Okay, sorry. My mind is on something else. I'm not last, but I'm going to echo a lot of what's already been said. Thank you. Yes, thank you as well for the tour of your home and the way you have meticulously maintained all of it, including the interior, as one of my colleagues already mentioned, just speaks to your understanding and love for preservation. So thank you for that. I'm usually pretty good with words, but I see that Casey did a really wonderful job. So I'm just going to read a couple of sentences from her report. Also speaking to the fact that this is one of the more modest homes we're looking at listing. At a quick glance from the street, the property takes an unassuming aesthetic, yet its long list of detailed character-defining features allows one to wander almost endlessly through the property as each new one is discovered. The building comes together as a distinctive and exemplary example of its style because of its extensive number of smaller details, balancing between bold and soft that make up the whole. And I think that very well describes it. So I am in support of the nomination. And I think one thing we didn't mention which the homeowner, Shay, you had mentioned to me, is that the home was on the TGHS tour in 2016. So that also speaks to the level of its interest and, integrity and importance. Thank you.
Thank you. I also love the tour. I love the interior of the house and the bathroom and the tile and the originality and all the woodwork and the closets are amazing. I think the inside is just as fascinating as the outside, although your courtyard does take the cake on all that. It is a beautiful house, and thank you for presenting it to our commission and our city.
And in case Casey's not watching, I'll make sure she knows, Lorna, what you just read, so.
It's fine. I had mentioned the tree, but I also just will echo what everyone has said. It's a lovely house, and thank you for bringing it to us and to City Council for consideration for the register.
And just, I don't know if you remember, not long ago, we looked at a Craftsman house that had that long porch facing the street, but you entered from the side of the porch. And that had a big deodar cedar that you asked to be acknowledged, and so we'll do the same thing here, because we have a general concept that we'll go back and revise the staff report to put the cedar in, and therefore it's in the record of what we can see is protected on the property.
I thought you were going to say it had died.
No.
So relieved.
I have sad news tonight.
That would have been sad. I also forgot to mention, if I may, that I am in support. I don't know if we got consensus, or Jay, you might want it, that I'm okay with eliminating condition 3 if 2 of my colleagues feel like, you've seen it and it appears to be no further investigation is needed.
Yeah, we'll chalk it up to a picturesque feature rather than a hazardous one.
Yes. I'm happy to make a motion.
Please.
I move that the Historic Preservation Commission recommend to the City Council that the property at 1012 Crestview Avenue be listed in the Glendale Register of Historic Resources based on the findings identified in the staff determination. Staff recommends the name of the property be the Mahoney House, after the original owners. I also suggest that the HPC recommend that the City Council authorize the city manager to enter into Mills Act contract with the property owner for tax savings with 2 of the 3 conditions above.
Plus the deodar cedar.
Plus the deodar cedar, yes, sorry, with the 2 conditions above, number 1 and number 2, and the addition of the deodar cedar as a character defining feature, I guess, right?
I'll second.
Great, whatever we call it.
Time for roll call.
Okay, so Commissioner Vartanian, so Commissioner Yurka,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Vartanian,
Yes.
Commissioner Carnati.
Yes.
Chair Doom,
Yes.
5-0, approval
Congratulations.
with 3 conditions. I'm sorry, not approval, recommendation to approve.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we move on to our next item, I think we'll entertain a 5-minute recess for an hour and a half, very quickly. 5 minutes. Back to our Historical Preservation Commission meeting of October 20th, 2020, after our recess. And proceeding right along to item 7B, a review of the 2022 application for Mills Act contracts for contributing properties in historic districts. Okay. And Jay, like a staff report update on this?
Yes, I am your staff person.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so we've already kind of introduced this a little bit through the previous discussion, and the process has been fairly well established through review by HPC, and I know that was August 2020, so it's understandable if we don't remember every detail. City Council also reviewed it more recently in part of their general overview of historic districts. That was in 2021. It's in the staff report, I can't remember the month. So what we're looking at are, these are, I put these bullet points up, these are some of the key things that were established by City Council and through the staff proposal for how to process these contributor applications. So this is a new process, and there may be things that need to be changed in the future. We may discover some of those tonight. We may discover them in the future. Nothing's written in stone, but we do have to go through the official approval channels. We're not just going to kind of just say there's a problem and then solve it. We'll have to make sure it's done in the right way. But as of now, the way we're looking at this is that any historic district contributor that isn't individually eligible for the Glendale Register is eligible for a Mills Act contract for City Council. Council established a valuation cap of $1.5 million for single-family houses and $3 million for other types of properties. Both of the applications you're looking at tonight fall under the $1.5 million. And as I mentioned before, there was a discussion about how many of these contracts can we process. These numbers are minimums, if possible, but we publish up to, or we process up to a certain amount, not necessarily have to. So we process no more than 6 Mills Act contracts per year unless staff time is available for additional processing. As I mentioned, staffing has changed. It's possible that that will lead to more applications and more potential contributor applications being processed and approved. We prioritize the Glendale Register properties still, and we accept those applications on an annual, just as we do now. As they come in, we process them. We developed a calendar cycle for the Mills Act for contributors, which we didn't meet this year. We were hopeful that we were going to get this all done in 2021. That did not work out. Things were even late this year, so we extended the application deadline to August 31st, and then kind of really cranked to make sure that we get these things through so that, as I mentioned before, City Council will be able to consider your recommendation this calendar year, and we'll have enough time to prepare the contracts for the owners to review them, get them notarized, bring them back for the city manager to sign, and for them to be recorded with the county if you approve the contracts. Council approved that we prepare up to 2 contracts for district contributors. The discussion we had before is, it is my understanding of both process and the intent that we presented, that 2 properties are just as competitive as 3 or 4 or 5. Issue of what happens when we have 1, we'll let other people make that determination, but it doesn't make sense since it was pretty clear when we went to council and to HPC that this wasn't a first come, first served. It was, we want there to be a pool of applicants. The pool is much smaller than we expected it to be, and maybe it will grow in the future. We'll see where that takes us. It is a competitive merit-based application review system. There are rankings, and I'll go through all of that as we talk about the individual applications you're considering. And oops, there's a typo, but and once a property gets a Mills Act contract, even though it's a historic district contributor, which normally we only look at what we see from the street, then we now will embrace the whole property the way we do for Glendale Register properties. Obviously, they won't be put on the Glendale Register. They'll still be contributors, but the Mills Act contract will hold them to a higher standard and then also have the financial penalties to ensure that the work is done over time and that inappropriate work isn't done or is corrected at least.
And that's the traditional 10-year contract that renews every year, right? It's just like
Same
the
exact
thing.
contract.
Are you done with that slide?
I am.
May I interrupt with a
Yeah,
question?
no, all through this, please.
Okay.
I think it'll be easier to answer questions that way.
I just think that I might have noticed a different typo. You mentioned that you included the staff report from 2020 in our packet.
Uh-huh.
Is that easily accessible by you at the moment?
I have it
The on-screen?
printed out. Let me find
Okay.
it.
If you could find it,
There
that
it
would be
is.
great. Page 2,
Okay.
where this basic same list appears at the bottom of page 2, right? The second to the last bullet point. It says develop a merit-based application review system. It does not say develop a competitive merit-based application.
That may have been in my head, but it's throughout this that we are, that it is competitive, and that word was used constantly in the discussion. If we have to go back and retrace the hearings and everything that's been written about it, so be it. But as I believe that it has always been seen as a competitive system.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if we have 5 applications and staff ranks them according to a certain ranking, the commission doesn't necessarily agree with staff. The commission may think that other work items should be included or should not be included. That ranking could change, but ultimately, the applicants are moving up and down in a ranking system in what I would say is a competitive manner.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to, going way back to 2016, I don't remember it being such a contest. And I can understand a merit-based system without it being competitive. I mean, there's a merit-based system for when we review register applications. It's all merit-based. The house has to qualify. And if a
Nonetheless, I do think the example I said before, say we have 3 applications, but they have to be heard individually, and staff ranks 1 high, 1 medium, and 1 low. Without your ability to compare staff, you don't necessarily agree with staff, city council doesn't, city council doesn't agree with you, unless they were being assessed at the same time, whether we use the word competitive or not, if we're just looking at high, medium, and low, and if you say, oh no, we think that the medium should be high and the whatever, we're gonna rejigger that system, how can you do that without having a hearing item where you're open to discussing all of those?
Well, so my interpretation of what was, from what I remember, what I took away from the presentation in 2016 was that contributors applying for the Mills Act were going to be processed and put through the system the same way that our register properties were. We were going to limit it to 2. My presumption in that case was we would get one in April, we would hear it in May, we would get one in October, we would hear it in November. We weren't going to be piling these things up. If we got a 3rd application, they would potentially be asked to wait until the next year. I don't remember the conversation being so specifically centered around there being a competition. Now, I understand your point that we don't necessarily have to agree with anything that staff has said in these findings today and all of that, and we could very well decide that we want to recommend to council that both of these properties be given a Mills Act contract. I think that's what you're saying, right? While this is competitive, it isn't a case in which tonight there is going to be a winner and a loser. In this case, because there's only 2 properties before us, and we get to have 2 Mills Act contracts issued a year, we could potentially, as a commission, recommend both of them to move forward.
Potentially approve both. You could potentially approve one and deny and recommend denial of the other,
Right.
or you could recommend denial of both.
Again, it's all recommendations. I understand that.
So, but going back to kind of what I said before in terms of if this were to be broken up, you would be making a decision on one hearing item before you had a chance to hear from either the owner or, if there were public testimony for one of these items, of the subsequent applications. And to me, that removes some of the transparency and basic kind of public input aspect of our public hearings.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm not expressing what I took away from what I was expecting the process to be. I wasn't expecting a Mills Act contract for historic district contributor application to be presented to us and put through the system any differently than one for a house that's being asked to be put on the register as part of also getting a Mills Act contract. There would be a staff report. There would be your point system, which is fine. We could easily be putting any of our register properties on a point system. You've got very specific categories of things. Those are all things we consider anyway. You just happen to have put them on a list and given them points, but these are all things we consider for register properties anyway, windows and integrity and all of these things that we're talking about for these houses. I never understood I did not understand that this was supposed to be some kind of competition, that these properties would be processed by you guys and presented to us in a significantly different way than other properties. So that it was in my mind a first come, first serve. And if you happen to be the third application a year, you didn't get heard that year. If other two have already been approved, you had to wait a year or whatever. So I guess it didn't seem like it was.
And it may be my mistake to use that word or emphasize that word, but I think in any kind of ranking system, if we're having a race or the Oscars.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it as a race. I guess that's the problem. I'm not seeing this process as a race.
What happens when we have 10 applications, let's say?
They wait. Like happens. Like if we had 10 applications, well, so you're assuming that we get 10 applications all at once.
In a year, within the range of the dates that we've established for Mills Act contributor submittals.
Yeah.
Say we get 5.
Okay.
Whatever, more realistic. I don't see a way to fairly assess those unless you are making an apples to apples comparison between all of them at the same time, which includes testimony from owners who can answer your questions. And once the first hearing case, if these were 5 separate hearings, you're making a determination in hearing 1 that you can't then go back and say, oh, well, let's reconsider what we voted on previously. If you heard something from applicant 4 that makes you start thinking, oh, wait a second, maybe this is better.
No, I understand where you're coming from. Okay. I guess my interpretation of the process was, while this may be the window of time in which we're reviewing them, unless there's some magical thing in the air where 5 applications are dumped on your desk on exactly the same day, as far as I'm concerned, it's a first come, first serve situation. And if number 1 and number 2 get approved and the council approves them, number 3 and 4 and 5 wait until next year.
That is absolutely not what we presented. In fact, we specifically said it's not first come, first serve. If we get an application that doesn't give the city a benefit, though, when we give Mills Acts to Glendale Register properties, we have already said this is a very special property for whatever reasons, and it meets these criteria. When we're saying that a contributor is making an application, a contributor is one of hundreds and hundreds of similarly disposed properties that have a survey form that says it's a contributor, identifies character-defining features, says whether it has high integrity or moderate integrity, whatever. So how do we discern between one contributor and another? And what I think is important is, in general, there's, if someone's looking at a really nice Spanish colonial revival and someone's looking at a minimal traditional, that is also a contributor, but just doesn't have, that emotional appeal that some of the older properties have, well, is that going to necessarily kind of spark a little more flame than the minimal traditional? We want these things to be looked at based on how much work needs to be done, how much money is going to be spent on that work, and what is the bang for the city's tax loss. Basically, everyone who's applying for a Mills Act for a contributor is asking for some kind of, and it's not directly a taxpayer subsidy, but in effect it becomes that. They're asking for assistance to fund work that they have said they're proposing to do. And so our job, I thought my job, and I thought your job, and we'll discuss this more, and if the group votes that this isn't what we thought was going to happen, I'll bring that to council when we go to council, if you decide to go through with votes tonight. But I can't see a way around this idea that to be fair and determine which applicant is, and I use the word worthy at some points, so it's kind of this most worthy kind of thing. But I think thinking in terms of what gives the city the best bang for its tax loss is probably the baseline of what the review is. And that's why we look at expenditure, that's why we have the point system. And that's why I also add the extra point for things that are visible from the street, because, you know, it's wonderful to replace windows on the back if you're getting this, you know, that's could be an expectation that you have. But when you're replacing windows on the front, better in terms of the public benefit that this tax credit is giving, or this tax reduction is giving to people.
I
You
mean,
know, ultimately, I wish that this were limited to non-contributors. That's where we would get the best return.
Right.
If we could take a non-contributor and the owner says, I love this place, I want to bring it back, kind of like the owner on Crestview has done so much work. That's where I think we get the most public benefit. But council decided to eliminate non-contributors from contention here and just focus on contributors, which leads to this, you know, it would have been, in my mind, a ranked, whatever other word you want to use, process, whether it was non-contributors or contributors. But yeah, I've said what I have
Okay,
to say
I
there,
appreciate
so.
that you want to move on, and we can do that. Just this, I'm not done, I guess. Let's get through it, and as other concerns that I have come up, I'll just voice them then, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but if the commission wants to.
It's got a lot more to go, so yes, let's.
Got plenty, yeah. If the commission, you know, in your deliberation, if you want to give direction for, because I'm going to write a staff report to council on this, and if you think the system as presented doesn't jive with what I thought you and council approved, we'll let them know, so. All right?
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Next slide.
Next slide, yeah, we're only on slide 1, right? So I wanted to just quickly go over the point system based on the descriptions. We didn't have the point system ready, so this is, the actual points are new. This is kind of an expanded version of the types of work items that were put into both the HPC and the city council reports. And then I made a decision. Originally, I thought there would be a wider range of points, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. And then I realized that is just going to be a nightmare of determining what is a 3 versus a 4. Where 1 and 2, when we can be a little more objective about it, made sense. And part of the reason that made sense is because these points are also being put into an equation that involves the expenditure. So you get a certain number of points, and I'll show you a slide in a second about that. So anyways, the focus is, you know, on the restoration type work. We're actually bringing the property closer to its original appearance, looking at replacing inappropriate or highly deteriorated roofs or walls or wall cladding, replacing inappropriate window sash, fixing deteriorated window sash, replacing deteriorated window sash in kind. So we have 3 kind of windows: inappropriate, get rid of the bad stuff, put in good new stuff; fixing deteriorated sash, and when it's really deteriorated, replacing it in kind. So replacing doors and garage doors that are inappropriate, looking at masonry features when they're severely deteriorated. And I had to make a determination in terms of what is just kind of routine work. What is the kind of work that every homeowner has to go through? And that was kind of a basis for a lot of the decision-making here as presented to council and to HPC. The example I used was every homeowner, whether you're historic or not, needs to replace their roof at some point. Every homeowner needs to replace their sewer line at some point. And we'll talk about that with one of the applications a little bit tonight. A lot of stuff is common to all properties, and I felt it was not appropriate to be granting tax reductions to subsidize work that every homeowner at some point on a cycle, 20, 30 years for a roof. Painting is another example. We don't give points for someone painting their house. We have the caveat that if someone buys a house that's the ultimate fixer, that's just been sitting for decades or years and is just in such horrible shape, and we know that those things are needed to bring it back, yeah, we'll make that exception. But in general, that kind of work doesn't get points. So we have the restoration category, the structural category, in terms of there are issues that could lead to significant loss or damage to the property if the structural issues aren't addressed. Major foundation work, major structural issues, seismic retrofit we include, even though that is something common to all houses, but it just seems so basic that if one of our houses doesn't have bolting or strapping, but preferably bolting, we'll give a point for that. A lot of houses have lost chimneys in past earthquakes, so if we can rebuild a chimney to match what was there before, that's a positive. That's kind of a mix of structural and restoration. And then for termite damage, the idea is that it's for extensive damage or dry rot damage when the house is structurally, what's the word, challenged or failing, rather than every house has, you know, a few $1,000s worth of termite damage when the inspector comes. So we pulled that out as routine maintenance also. And then in terms of systems, we talked about primarily electrical systems and plumbing systems. Electrical systems especially could be dangerous. The idea is where you need to do a whole house rewiring. For example, you have, doesn't come up that much anymore, but some craftsmen might still have knob and tube wiring up in the attic. We got to get rid of that. Some houses still have fuses instead of circuit breakers. So that's the kind of level of work. If you just need to put a panel on the house or upgrade your panel so you can plug in your car, we're not going to include that. And then I added the sewage lines because of the application tonight, with the caveat that there could be special circumstances. And we'll hear about the application tonight, but that means if there were sewage lines that were damaged, leaking, that were leading to undermining retaining walls or other kind of domino effect type things, we could consider those for points. And then, as I mentioned, this chart is going to grow and change over time as we encounter things that we didn't know about, so there you go. In terms of how the scores are determined, I wanted to share this process. This top chart was in your staff report earlier. Just to give an example, what we first do is determine what are the potential tax savings over 5 years. We don't know what any property's tax savings are going to be until the contract's written, recorded, and the assessor gets it. So I'm using a 50% baseline threshold for this. And again, this is to level the playing field. So all properties are looked at this 50% mark. Most single-family houses do much better than that, 60, 70% or so. So $1 million house, $10,000 what's it called? Prop 13 tax rate, 10,000. Baseline mills 5,000. Savings over 10 years, 50,000. Then we look at, for final points, we take this tax savings here. We look at the expenditure that's proposed by the applicant and then vetted by staff, including building and safety staff, to make sure the numbers look, ballpark right. We develop a ratio of expenditure to savings. And then here I controlled for work plan points. Here are the ratios of expenditure to savings. And this is how the final score is determined, multiplying the work plan points by this ratio. Just for an example, I said, if we control by expenditure, if we had 3 applications that had all saying $50,000 of work was proposed, and they're getting $50,000 in tax savings, well, that's where the expenditure doesn't matter, but the amount of work and the level of work and the points that you get for the work are going to kick in. So a house with 5 points of work is going to get a score of 5. A house with 15 points is going to get a score of 15. So this was the way we proposed, kind of trying to objectively look at this as much as possible. And if you have any questions, because then we'll move into the 2 specific applications. Everyone good? Okay. So here are our 2 applicants. We have 324 Lawson Place in the Brockmont Park District, and we have 1833 Neodora Drive in the Neodora Drive District. Funny, both ranch houses, both built in 1955. Lots of similarities. So
You really are trying to make this a competition, aren't you?
that's right. You can approve both. It's, competitions can have ties. Okay. Here is the work plan proposed by the applicant for 324 Lawson Place, broken down into the 10 items that were presented in the application. So what I've done is gone through these, addressed staff's view, and again, this is my recommendation to the commission. Here's the cost column, which is important, the proposed cost for each item, the approved cost, and then the points that are assessed for that item based on that point chart. I have pictures of each of these items, but there were some that I believe we should not include, and it's probably important to share why with the commission. For example, replacing an HVAC unit that did happen to be on the roof. We don't allow HVAC condensers on the roof per the zoning code. It appears this one had been put up there without a permit, but that's a zoning issue, not a historic contributor issue. It was fine up there, but if the applicant decided to change it, great. But everyone, ultimately, if they have central air conditioning, is going to be replacing their condenser or their whole system at some point in the history of that property. I didn't believe that should be included in a subsidized or taxpayer
Jay,
subsidized.
may I also ask a question at this point? And I think, yeah, as we go through, if that's okay, because did I understand that this work has already been done?
Some of this work has been done, and in general, the way we developed this program was the work would be done after the Mills Act contract was approved. Mrs. Smith applied for this a long time ago, using the old application. Not sure what was going on there, but we held on to her application, accepted that the work had been done, and I told her that in that case, because of the delay it took for staff, part of the delay was just waiting for another application to come in, because it was staff's deeply held belief that this was a competitive system from the beginning, and that one application we're not going to give a contract to or even propose that it be reviewed because we don't have that assessment to make. So anyways, several of these items, some termite repair has been done, the foundation bolting's been done, the HVAC's been done. I think the rest of it remains to be done.
So just to be clear, because I think somewhere in, the whatever council approved, I think we've said, and this sounds like an exception, that we're not going to be looking at work or including work that has typically, we won't be including work that has already been done for the point ranking.
In the Smiths case, we granted an exception. It seemed like a fair thing to do. And just full disclosure, the other applicant on Neodora Drive is doing the sewer work right now as we speak. But part of that was driven by the city is resurfacing the street there. So it was like, do it now or forget it. Or it would be a bigger project, I guess. So that's at your discretion. We had no pre-existing agreement to accept that being done right now. But if you're inclined to think that that work counts toward the application, take into consideration that it is happening, and we can talk to the applicant about that.
And I just wanted to clarify, because obviously this is the first time we're going through this process. So just things for us to consider for also future, sort of whatever we do today is going to set a foundation and a baseline for what happens going forward. And I just want to speak to the word competition quickly, because I think we're just, I don't want to say using the wrong word, but interpreting it incorrectly. And as you said, it's not winning and losing. It's just I see it as an objective ranking system that we call a competition, for maybe lack of a better way of putting it, or we could say objective ranking system. But I would hope that we don't really focus on that as we think about maybe in sports or whatever it might be.
I could also change the language moving forward to just focus on merit-based, because what Commissioner Craignotti caught, I was typing this out and I was like copying something, and I added the word competitive because that's in my head. It's in other things I've been writing. So my mistake there, if it wasn't anywhere else. I think to Commissioner Yurka's point, and forgetting about the recusal, just in terms of how this should be heard, as of now, I can't imagine that we don't hear these things all
Right.
in one item.
I mean, I think we're going to continue that discussion at some point. So I don't know that we need to flesh that out now.
Yeah,
'cause
but,
I'll
but
have a
what I'm,
comment
what
on
I'm
that.
saying is in
I
terms
don't
of
want to right now.
competition, regardless of whether we call it a competition or a merit-based objective ranking system, to my mind, it would still need to be heard together.
And I think we need to focus on the ranking system. It's put in place because clearly contributors to historic districts are granted Mills Act contracts for very different reasons than individual nominations to the Glendale Register. So we have to consider that those are two very, very different processes.
Yeah.
So just putting that out there.
Jay, so you mentioned that, I guess I need some clarity on this list, this rank, this particular house, this particular thing we're looking at right now on the screen. Did you say earlier that we are, as a commission, we're in a position to make suggestions to you to make changes to the points that you've allotted?
No,
and then are
yes.
you bound to make those changes based on our recommendations, or you will tell council, you'll give them two lists? This is staff's list, this is HPC's list of points.
Generally, how we've done that, if there's disagreement between staff and HPC, if I were to be convinced through the discussion that my previous notion was probably misguided, I'm ready to change and acknowledge that things can be done differently.
So then if we're...
I can't answer that question except to say yes.
Okay.
Whatever you say will go to council.
Okay.
Whether it goes in a split personality way with staff versus HPC or a merger, we'll figure that out.
So that I guess as you get to each line item, if a commissioner has a concern about the point allotment you've given, is that an appropriate time for us to bring it up for discussion? And
What I would prefer is if you would jot down notes. I'll kind of run you through this quickly, and then we can go back and kind of address. But if it's the chair's discretion.
But before we leave this screen, I guess,
Yeah, sure.
before we move on to another property. And all the other-
You may disagree so that you may say putting a new HVC unit
Right.
is a great thing and should get points.
Okay. So I guess we'll get through your presentation of your version, and then we can maybe have a discussion of...
Yeah, it seems easier, but whatever you guys
So
want.
moving on.
Okay. We talked about foundation bolting being something that we support, even though it is common to all properties. So 1 point was generated for that. The termite dry rot abatement, we asked for termite reports from the applicants. That was part of the submittal package. That goes back to a request or a discussion HPC had years ago about Mills Act contracts, just when we were looking at Glendale Register. And the idea was brought up but never implemented that we should be asking for termite reports and building inspection reports. Now, what happened is I think both applicants thought, oh, well, the termite report came back and said there's some damage, so I'm going to include that. But like I said, my house, most everybody's wood-framed house has termite damage and has termites in Los Angeles or in this region. I think in terms of this bang for the buck, making the tax loss benefit the city, I don't think a little bit of work here and there is really something that would qualify. So I have a couple of pictures. I know they don't include all of the work that the termite inspector found for loss in place, but it was the work that was shown to me when I inspected. So we're recommending not including that in this. The inspector found a bunch of miscellaneous issues, some junction box covers that were missing I think in the attic. The applicants can clarify that. Resetting GFCI outlets, removing a blower for the electrical system that was disconnected from the previous HVAC system, painting roof vents, putting in a new pressure regulator, adding smoke detectors at bedrooms. And I honestly have to say some of these requests I think are quite bold to ask for a tax reduction at the taxpayer's expense to, for example, add smoke detectors in your bedroom. Again, these are things that are minor work, not, a junction box cover that's missing is $3 12-minute fix for someone to go up in the attic. It's not a significant amount of work, so I couldn't grant any points for that. Window repair, there's one window in the garage. It's a fixed window with some deteriorated muttons and probably some deterioration around the frame. So that counts toward getting 1 point because it's not visible. It would have gotten 1.5 points were it visible, and it's less than 3. So it's only one window. So if it were more than, I think it's 4+ that I have, if you have more windows, you'll get an extra point. So it's either one window, 1 point for fewer windows, 2 points for more.
Sorry, can you explain in a little bit more detail since we're on windows? Specifically, it looks here that 14 of the upper sashes are not working, and that 4
I started with that one. I was trying to accentuate the positive.
Yeah.
But the other sash on the house are in excellent condition.
Meaning they operate, they go up and down, they work.
They're in excellent physical condition.
Right, but they don't work.
Well, I don't know. The
We don't
lower
know if they
sash
work.
seem to work.
Okay.
From what the owners told me, some of the upper sash may need to have sash weight. Their sash cords may have broken, and therefore they don't have the counterbalance to lift. Windows in the, I believe this house would have sash weights, but there was also mention of springs. There are different systems.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that that's a maintenance issue. Your window doesn't work, you get it fixed. It's not a deterioration issue. It's not, the window needs to be, physically, when we look at Glendale Register properties, we're looking at, are those original windows or are those replacement windows? We don't go around saying, do these casements actually open? Are they painted shut? Do these hung windows lift or not lift? Does the upper sash move or not? Most houses, even when they have upper sash weights, over the years, most upper sash get painted over, and it's rare that, but in this case, it appears that they use their upper sash, or at least want to. And that's the kind of thing, if you disagree, but I felt that, this is about deteriorated conditions, and operability doesn't really matter. A lot of houses have fixed windows in some locations, so it's,
Okay.
That was how I kind of determined that. And then the cost, since the proposal was higher, because obviously there were many more windows in the initial proposal, the cost was in consultation with building and safety. So all of these costs were run by one of the senior building and safety people to just, they have expertise in kind of assessing the value of projects, because most projects you have to say what the work cost is going to be, and they want to make sure that people aren't exaggerating or whatever, or undercutting perhaps. So that's that. Brick repointing, we have some pictures. The issue with the brick is this is self-generated deterioration by the current owners and probably owners previous to them. There's a set of sprinklers that just blasts this brick wall, and I'll show you pictures of the deterioration. There is significant deterioration. I won't say that's not true, but when that is caused by the ongoing, flood of water from sprinklers that are in the wrong location, I'm surprised that someone asked for that to be included in this context. Stucco repair, again, is very limited. To me, it falls into this category of maintenance rather than significant stucco. When I think about what the stucco cladding issue would be, think of the Spanish colonial houses that have that horrible Spanish lace stucco on them. And if someone comes to us and says, oh, I hate that Spanish lace stucco, I'm going to put a nice coat of appropriate, smoother stucco on this house, that's great. That's restoration. That's a big ticket cost item. The damage that I'll show you in some pictures is relatively limited and probably caused by drainage issues that possibly could be fixed. I can't say that for sure. There's a spark arrestor that's proposed for replacement. The existing one seems fine. I don't know that it's not original. I think it's an aesthetic choice, and you can talk to the applicant about that, but I didn't think that merited points. The garage door is an aluminum garage door. It's visible from the street, so that gets a 1.5 points. And here we actually bumped up the price, and this is in consultation with Building and Safety, as well as fairness with the other applicant who has the exact same situation, a replacement garage door that was proposed for replacement. His estimate came in around $9,000, so I'm giving both of them that. And then the roof replacement we talked about in terms of the commonality of that to all properties. If you want to look at the pictures before you ask questions, or you want to have questions. On the left is the HVAC unit on the roof and now down at the ground. The two pictures, the two vertically oriented pictures show some damage at the base of some door casings. One looks like it's been partially repaired. On the right is kind of that brick wainscoting we were just talking about, where the windows, it's kind of a bay window there, and the window sits on the top. The owners repaired that and did a nice job. So there was deterioration, they'll correct me if I'm wrong, but in this corner area of this molding, there was some deterioration that was patched, and it appears to have been done appropriately. Here you see various windows in the house. You can see that the lower sash at least are operable. I think the issue is for the upper sash. The windows themselves, as I said, are in good condition. There was also a request to repair the screens on this casement window. The screens are actually on the inside, and just in keeping with our general policy, we wouldn't recommend that. And then this is the window on the garage, which is right up close to the property line. You can see the property line wall, but there is significant deterioration, especially on these muntins. So we included a point for fixing that. Here's the scene at the front bay with the wainscoting. The request was also for the chimney, but here you can see undeniable deterioration at the base, but it's completely due to the sprinklers, like I said, hitting it over many years. You can even see the joints look very moist here. When we looked at the chimney, I couldn't see issues, but the applicant said there were some holes in the mortar. That's undoubtedly true, but again, that's a repair job, not a, please give me a tax break type of job. Here are a couple of examples, and there weren't that many more. I think there might have been one more, and the applicant can suggest otherwise, of deterioration of the stucco at the base of the house. Again, repair, water obviously is kind of sitting up against this and damaging it. I didn't take pictures. There were two window openings on the driveway side that at some point in the past had been infilled. And as is often the case at an infilled opening, there are cracks developing in the stucco where the infill is. The solution to that is a whole house restuccoing. It's hard to, if you patch that, it's going to open up again over time. So I didn't think that that would count. Here's a picture of the existing spark arrestor for item 8. Here's a picture of the proposed spark arrestor. I didn't see that this had any historic impact one way or the other. And again, this might be original, but I have no idea. Garage door replacement, wholeheartedly agree. This is a 1.5 points because it's visible down the driveway. And then the roof replacement, I understand the applicant wants to replace the roof with something that's closer to the original wood shake, and there are products out there that come closer, but they still don't look like wood shake. And we are very used to having this type of roof, asphalt shingles, on our Glendale Register properties, and we accept it without question. So I didn't think that this made a case for including the roof replacement. So those are the items. I'll go back to the chart if that helps. If you have any questions.
I don't have any questions, but I do have some comments. So if anybody has questions, maybe they should ask them before I start.
Any more commission comments for staff? Or questions, I'm sorry?
Not right at this moment. They may come up.
I would like to hear.
Okay. I feel like we've opened a huge can of worms with this, the potential of this, the whole process of granting Mills Act contracts for contributors, now that I'm seeing it in practice. And in my line of work, I see a lot of home inspections, and everything that we've seen reported here is very common stuff that I see in every house. And I think it would be amazing if homeowners were able to present this list to a third party and somehow be given assistance with repairing these things. Sometimes they get it from the seller, but in a competitive market, they don't get any help. That said, this is the system we have. First of all, Jay, you've done an amazing job putting all of these things together, whether or not they're things that I will ultimately or we will ultimately agree with. Obviously, you've put a lot of work into this. Thank you for all of that. You took on a big project here. I think I'm going to speak more broadly, which will then help me speak a little bit more specifically about what we have before us right now. I think that what might make this a little bit easier moving forward will be eliminating or approaching things a little bit differently conceptually. I feel like considering when we think about our register properties, we don't do nearly the deep dive that is being done for these contributor properties. We don't know about open junction boxes. We don't know about bolting. There's all these things that we don't consider when we're considering register properties. We consider how they appear on the outside. So my instinct is to say we shouldn't be considering anything that doesn't relate to the outside of a house. I know that registered nomination properties, they present a work plan and things like that to give kind of some idea of what their goals are, and that's all nice, but we certainly don't rank those things. We certainly don't, if one applicant has a nice, appropriate house and it says that in the future they plan to bolt it, we don't take the next property that doesn't suggest that they're going to be bolting even if they need it. We don't devalue them for that. So I think that something like bolting, I think electrical things, it seems to me everything should be related to things that we can see. With contributors, I would argue that it's things that we can see from the street, but I guess I understand that if it becomes a Mills Act contract, it should become 360 like everything else.
So is that saying your view is to focus on the restoration category?
I would suggest that we focus on restoration things, yes. Okay. I'm going to disagree with your point outline for windows. And the reason I am going to take issue with that one is because, well, as an owner of a home of the same age as this applicant, I am faced with the decision of whether or not I want to restore my old windows, or whether I would like to, you know what, come into the 21st century, find appropriate windows that staff, that conform to the guidelines, that are dual paned and airtight and all of these things that my windows presently are not. However, properties, part of what make a property a contributor in a district, and part of what makes our district special, would be the maintaining of these important features like the original windows. That's why a serious number of altered windows or changed windows in a registered nominated property are one of the main things that can disqualify it. So I feel like if someone's got old windows, like I have, like these people have, that are stuck in place, that aren't working, that cause anxiety every time you want to use one, to the point where we're considering either restoring them or replacing them, I find value as a commissioner within the district for that to be something that we support the restoration of. That we say to these homeowners, we as a city, we as a commission, we as a city value the original windows more than you replacing them. We understand that over time your energy costs may be higher and all of the things associated with old windows versus new windows. Therefore, if you're willing to keep your old windows and restore them, rather than calling Anderson Windows and renewing and getting all new windows, we will agree to help subsidize that because we as a group find value in that. And so that's the approach I'm going to take I'm going to recommend that we take is that it be things visible from the street, not a laundry list of like you said, not just maintenance things, because, every one of these things is related to maintenance and deterioration of things over time. Everything is, everything on your list is, and even things that might seem appropriate. So I just feel like, okay, so then let's talk about the brick repointing. Yes, that is due to the sprinklers. I can tell you right now are pointing towards the house. They need to be turned around, put where the house is, and pointing out towards away from the house. That's obvious. I don't know. I tend to agree that that is something that they're not going to be replacing. I guess I don't see the opportunity for us to lose the bricks in this particular situation. I guess where brick repointing might be a concern would be, is it to the point where it would be that someone would try to remove it, which I guess in a district they wouldn't be able to anyway. I mean, I think that if someone came before you and said, yeah, we want it, if they came before you and said, we want to take that away, I think that we would probably say no, right? It's a character defining feature. Forget that they're asking for this, just separately. If I came to you and said,
Because that depends.
I mean, I want to do a renovation to the facade of my house and I want to take away my entire brick facade, this wainscoting thing, I would think that you would probably say no, right? Now mine is covered in 5 layers of paint, and it's frustrating. I've had a patch of it scraped off the front, and I would love for the city to participate in helping me bring that back to the tune of like $15,000. So that's not something that's going to happen So I'm sorry that I'm having a hard time being exactly clear as to my point here, because this is very complicated, and we're being asked to review things so vastly differently than how we review registered nominated properties. It just seems, why is this so much more complicated than something as way more serious as what we saw just an hour ago with a nominated property? And I kind of am a little bit concerned, and one of the reasons why I think this competitive thing is strange, just taking, for instance, the fact that you pointed out at the garage door thing, that because the competitor in this situation had an estimate of $9,000, you were going to give these people that same estimate. Well, how is that even a fair? Well, I understand what the point was, but their bid is for this much. Why are we then changing things? Like, it just doesn't.
Well, that I think was equity, and it was also based on not my personal experience, my professional experience. We have people do doors a lot, and it's expensive. It is generally going to be several $1,000s more than what the high bid was. And maybe the Smiths have a garage contractor who can do it lower, and that's great. And I want to know who that person is, because we actually make recommendations for garages, because my experience is that the garage door industry is similar to the car sales industry and the mattress sales industry, and it's not always, you don't feel good sometimes when you're dealing with this.
So I feel like
but that was the rationale.
But then that takes away, I feel like, some of the objectivity of all of this. That you've suddenly put your subjective feelings and maybe
that's not subjective. That's objective, and the building staff person who I talked to agreed with that.
All right.
So
I guess
we can drop an estimated price of what we recommend be considered in terms of expenditure if we think it's wildly inflated. And here's a case where we bumped it because we think it wasn't realistic. We could have left it, and that would be fine, but it did seem more fair to keep it.
Give some input, and we can make comments on it as well.
Oh, sorry, I think I just answered my own question. So there was actually a bid was given for an estimated cost of $2,500 to $5,000. So are you,
Not a bid. I've never gotten a bid.
Sorry, not a bid, an estimate was given. So is staff going to take it upon themselves for each application to really go through and see if the estimates are fair or not?
The way this was presented, and the only way that I can get my head around this, and the way some other cities do it, is people submit receipts for the work upon completion so that we can verify that the work was done. Believe me, this concept of Mills Acts for contributors was not generated by staff. And I made it clear that I believe there is great value if we did it for non-contributors, and there's not a huge pool of non-contributors that are so altered in a way that we could bring them back to contributing status without practically rebuilding them. So that's a smaller pool, and it really speaks to the type of buyer who is gung-ho about restoring a place and could use the extra assistance. And then the city does get a very strong benefit from that. But that's neither here nor there. That's the direction council gave us. Yes, this process is convoluted and will be time-consuming.
Right. So Chris, to your point, if there were a home that had, 5 layers of paint on the brick, and the brick were a very important feature of the home, that's going to cost $15,000 or $20,000 with other things that have to happen. I personally, that's how I envisioned looking at this process, was for homes that have significant, as the terms that are used in our point system, highly deteriorated, severely deteriorated, missing, failing, damaged, dangerous. I'm looking at it more from that perspective, and sort of the home I think you alluded to as well, Jay, the house in the neighborhood, or the one that may have been, listed as a contributor, but not necessarily the high integrity contributor, right? The moderate integrity contributor that the consultant still can see it's a contributor, but it needs significant work to come back to original. I can think of 2 homes just in the vicinity of where I live that could use, that could use some help, and some significant help. And then again, the thought of, there was just a property on Maryland, years and years, beautiful craftsmen, years and years of deferred maintenance. I mean, it'll probably take $500,000 to sparkle that thing up. So, that might be adding some extra nice stuff on the inside. But I would imagine, full electrical, full plumbing, again, missing chimneys. It's just, that's the way I'm looking at it. Really significant work.
Yeah, I guess that's interesting that you're looking. So you think that this process should. It just seems strange to me that we would give a tax subsidy to a homeowner because they've decided to take on an enormous project versus that the scope of it is weighing important for you, that plumbing and that the electrical and that all of those things should be considered. Is interesting to me. I don't know that I necessarily agree with it, but it's interesting to me. It does seem like, because everything that we've done to this point, everything that we do with regard to registered properties and everything is related to how something appears from the street.
Not for
for registered, sorry, I stand corrected. How everything appears on the outside, whether it is from the public right-of-way or a 360-degree thing. It has nothing to do with what's in the walls, under the house, in the attic, in the bathroom. It has nothing to do with that. That we're suddenly being asked as a commission to weigh the value of those types of things seems way beyond the scope of this body. It just doesn't seem like that's something that should be weighing on our minds. It doesn't seem like something we should be considering. It's never anything we've ever considered before. It's all been on the merit of the property's exterior visual impact.
Right. Our purview is the
Push your
outside.
button.
But I guess that's really for individual, and just considering this is what we have, that's for individual listings. And those properties are already considered important and special for different characteristics than a contributor to a historic district, right? For very special characteristics. So maybe we look at it like, since the program isn't for non-contributors, but it's for the contributing house that's moving more towards a non-contributor as opposed to coming back to a high-integrity contributor. But we have to get, I mean, to be honest with you, I also recall when we were going through sort of the, you know, internal stuff as well, at the time, we had a long discussion about that. But that's what we're using as criteria to differentiate, right, between an individual listing and how we can help a property owner. So that's kind of how I'm approaching this. Or,
If it helps, you know, both of you, I think, are closer than maybe it sounds like. And both of you are saying things that came into what I was thinking. As Lorna said, I thought that the ideal candidate is a compromised contributor. What in Los Angeles they call altered contributors. We don't have that designation, but a moderate integrity contributor. And the more needs it has, the more eligible it would be. And I understand what you're saying, Chris, about interior versus exterior. That I had trouble with plumbing, just thinking about plumbing issues. When plumbing goes bad, you either fix it right away or it's a slow leak that may cause incremental damage and a little bit of dry rot, but it's not, you know, a huge thing. I do think if we did have an antique electrical system in this Craftsman that Lorna was talking about, for example, that even though it's completely hidden from the public, I think there is, if they were going to get the Mills Act benefit, I think that kind of systemic thing does jump to the top for me.
right,
I mean, I understand that, but every property that was built in the 1920s that we put on the register has a knob and tube. It didn't go away until the early 30s.
Most properties have been upgraded over the years.
Well, but we don't know. We've never asked. How do we know? And I can tell you, in my line of work, I see a lot of knob and tube in lots of beautiful homes. They think, well, the attic, it's going to one fixture in the ceiling. It's fine. We won't worry about that. Because it is. It's a light switch to a LED bulb. It doesn't get hot. Who cares? We'll leave that. There's tons of knob and tube out there, even in homes that look fully renovated. So I guess this just feels like such a departure. And I will say where this conversation is going is very little to do with exactly what's in front of us. However, it's being sort of sparked by what's in front of us.
What I was just going to say is if, as part of your wrap-up, which hopefully we'll do sometime today, but this is great discussion, but as part of the wrap-up, if you have process and program comments to give to council, saying we're not sure that this is the right direction or we think we should look at this, I'll put that in the report also, so we can speak very specifically about the line-by-line details of each of the applicant's proposals. If you do have these bigger concerns, I think it's just as legitimate to tell council that.
Well, to the point I started to make is that I would be remiss to not hear what our missing commissioner has to say about all of this, and so I don't know that even today, as part of our wrap-up, I would be ready for us as a body, certainly, to be making any recommendations to council. I feel like now that I'm seeing this in front of me, because this staff report from 2020 that you brought forward and the discussion that we had before everything was going before council in 2016 did not have this level of detail. I appreciate that it might have been what was brewing in your head, but this is not at all what I was expecting out of this process. And so I don't know that I feel comfortable adjudicating these really without, to your point, let's say we adjudicate these tonight and the decisions we make move forward, and then we go to council with our recommendations of what we think we need to do differently moving forward. Well, we've now either granted or not granted these properties based on what we're doing right now, with a system that may ultimately change based on comments to council. So I would feel a little bit uncomfortable putting these two properties through the process if we think the process could potentially change now that it's before us.
A reasonable outcome of this meeting is that you continue the item to a date uncertain. Kathy's recusal still stands unless the city attorney makes a different determination. But this is the determination, whether we agree with it or she agrees with it or not. That was the determination. I don't know what her ability, and again, don't forget, this is an advisory hearing.
Right.
If you guys have a split vote, that doesn't matter. It's not like someone wins or loses. We just go to council and tell them there was a split vote. We don't have a recommendation for you. And then council gets to
So
do-
Jay, council will ultimately make the decision, I guess, again, based on our recommendation. So if we postpone this to a date uncertain, is that on the premise that we're going to come back and have a discussion about the process and make recommendations about changes to the process to council?
That's what I thought Chris was saying.
It is what I'm saying.
But that,
Okay.
we will take a vote on all of this so that we know if there's agreement or not. That's one possible outcome. If you think this system is, now I have to say, this system is not different than what I envisioned. If I didn't, obviously there are points and there are very specific details that we didn't vet in a hearing. I don't know that we could have before we had the applications.
I'm not saying that was a wrong thing. I'm not blaming anybody.
No, I know
Yeah.
that.
Can I say something
let him
too?
finish.
Oh,
Just let
yeah,
him
go
finish.
ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead, finish your thought.
You lost it now.
You lost it, I know, now I almost lost mine too. So,
Can I ask him a question? What do you
maybe,
think?
I don't know how to put this.
You trying to make her lose her thought?
So yeah, to be frank, I don't know that I can necessarily support these two applications where we are right now.
Well, we haven't even heard them both, but
No, well, we've seen the reports, we've read through them, we have enough information to know what our general thoughts are. So, we needed to get this process off the ground, so I greatly appreciate that the applicants went through the time and put them in. So yeah, I guess I'm a little bit on the fence too. It's a shame that we've come to this point and
Yeah.
we feel like we have to revisit it, but maybe this is the time to do it.
Jay, when it comes time to,
We'll make sure he gets a speaker. Even if he speaks, he can fill it out later. Your call.
yeah, obviously before we do anything, we'll open up the public hearing, obviously before making it. But, so let me ask you this, point of process. So we deliberate tonight, we come up with our recommendation for council. Does council get the same presentation that we do, this chart and the da-da-da-da-da?
Well, I'm sure I will be directed by the powers that be to not have a 3-hour item for council.
I just feel like they're gonna,
And I don't know
Throw
where
you
we
out the
are.
door.
I will probably do a streamlined presentation of what we're talking about, and all of the materials will be in the staff report for, wherever that takes
yeah.
them.
So I'm thinking I'm not gonna make
Yeah.
any suppositions, but okay, so they're not gonna sit through something like this.
Oh, and going back to where I lost my thought, if at the end of the deliberation here, your decision is, we don't understand or know enough about the process, or we just need time to think about this. If you continue to a date uncertain, and then we still go to, well, I don't know that, I'd have to talk to the attorneys and figure this out. But what I'm trying to say is, if you think the process needs work, we can bring that to council, and that can be your decision tonight. But the HPC decided they couldn't make a decision based on the newness and complexity of this process, or what else, phrase
I
it a little
understand.
nicer than that. And then, but we'd have to have very specific things to share with
That's what I mean.
council.
Could we next, or whenever we can, have a meeting with all of the commissioners to give our thoughts about what we find to be complex and what is maybe making it difficult for us before you take that to council, so that council rather than, like you were kind of saying.
Continue this to the November hearing, and I'm sorry, I did not intend it to sound like a threat, but it is a real fact that it is highly unlikely that we would then be able, well, if we continue to November,
No.
there's no way these will be heard. Yeah.
No, and look, I think what I'm getting at is I think we need a meeting in between
Right.
this meeting and when these come back, where we have an agendized discussion about what's been presented to us and what our thoughts are, in our reactions to what's been presented to us, so that if we do decide this system isn't exactly working for us and you want to present that to council, you have our thoughts on that. We can't have that right now because one of our commissioners is not here.
Well, unfortunately, if these two applications are still in play, per the city attorney, Kathy Yerka will have to recuse.
That's not about, I'm not trying to bring her back for these. I'm trying to bring her back for the discussion in general about this process and what's presented.
Gotcha.
I'm not concerned about her thoughts on this.
I get it.
It's about the process in general.
I thought we would have a dual-level meeting to do the discussion.
I don't
and
think the
then-
two things can happen in the same night. We can't have a discussion about this whole process and also adjudicate these two items.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we could if we all sat down and said, it came to agreement that, oh, this is totally fine and we'll go with it. I think that there's the potential that all of us, some of us, might have concerns that hopefully we all can agree should be taken to council, and then you would have something to present to council, say, however you're going to present it. This just turned out to be a little bit more difficult than they anticipated.
I imagine that's fine. I will definitely have to run it by the city attorney's office. What I picture is we will just have to make it very clear that we're not talking about any specific cases, whether it's the Lawson or the Neodrara.
Process.
And we're talking about the process, and we're trying to come to a conclusion, because it sounds like there's some concern that maybe you're not crazy about this process in general, unless, or that we have to set some benchmarks for applicants to say, hey, you need to kind of tick off some of these severe, dangerous, major kind of work items before we're going to even look at your application.
If it's possible to have a city attorney at that meeting, that would be great. This person seems to be referenced a few times, and that there might be specific.
On the one issue, and they prepared a 7-page letter.
I would love to see that, I guess, yeah.
That was
I'd love
just,
to
that
get
was
that.
between the commissioner and the attorney. I can't just share that.
Oh, okay.
It's possible that it could be public, but that was.
Or maybe if he or she found important points that we all know about, because this is all like, okay.
But
I think
that had
it would be
nothing
wonderful if we could have someone.
to do with this process,
what?
except for the fact that it's considered competitive, however we want to use that word.
And to be honest, I think if this even went to whatever our recommendation might have been, if we're deciding to table this, I think even if these were to go to council, they would probably struggle with it as much as we are.
Well, certainly if you presented it this way, I think they'd throw them out
Well,
of the room.
I think
Never.
I think just the process, I do
I
think
mean, you could
we
probably
need
just
to
ask them to watch
revisit
this
it.
meeting, and they could understand it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
Now, the issue there is, and again, we may continue it, but City Council established a policy that we have Mills Act contracts for contributors. HPC does not generate policy. HPC,
Advisor.
no, HPC applies the policies
Oh, I'm sorry.
as directed by council. But given the level of concern that at least two of you have, and I don't know if everyone is sharing this, we could, without, and then the question for me is, if we continue this, is it fair to do that in the middle of your hearing of one applicant at the expense of hearing the other applicant, at least at the same time? I can't answer, and it would be nice to have an attorney in the room. I think for fairness sake, and I don't mean to keep this going forever, but we could try to at least present the, and I do think you need to hear from the applicants who took their time to be here tonight, so.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a feeling that there is probably a third person that has concerns with this process who's not here, and that's
get
what I'm
it,
concerned about. Also, I
think
want her voice
I
heard.
think we should follow through on the agendized item. If your decision is we cannot make a decision pending a policy discussion that we would like to have, we'll continue the item. We'll talk to the city attorney. If the city attorney says, no, we can't break this into two things, and I'm just saying that, I don't know
Yeah,
that would
seems odd that
happen,
they
but for
couldn't.
whatever reason, if that was the determination, then we would have to just bring it back, and you would make a decision perhaps to not support either application, revise the process, and have them reapply in the next round.
Okay.
So that's one possible outcome. That sounds reasonable.
Mr. Morgan?
Sounds reasonable if we have to put it up for a vote.
Well, I don't think it's fair, given that the applicants have taken the time to be here and put in their applications, and we don't have anyone on the phone as of now, and may not. Nonetheless,
What are you recommending, Jay?
I'm recommending that we finish the Lawson discussion and allow for the
Regular order.
Neodrara discussion. Maybe you won't have as many questions because you know what direction you're thinking of going, but at least everyone can have their case presented and have their points that they came here to discuss with you. And
makes
does that
complete
change your decision? I don't know. but-
No, that's fine unless the applicants want to decline for whatever reason. It's been a long night.
Finish with.
So I guess, when would the public hearing happen? After you've completed your report, right?
Yeah, he's going to finish his report. Jay, you're going to finish your staff report? Are you almost finished with your staff report?
Well, I
Got a whole
can
other
be, and if we cruise through it, I don't want to say, the questions have been great and the discussion has been really good. But I think we're done. Let me just double check. I've shown you all the pictures. Yeah, we could move on to Neodrara now.
From a process standpoint, moving forward, it would be, you would present your report, chair would open up the public hearing, just as in a
Right,
that's
but-
how that would
but
normally work,
happens
right?
after I present Neodrara.
Right, both, you present both, and then the public hearing opens. Right,
And
okay.
then you talk to the applicants.
So they'll be given their
and
opportunity, is what I'm
Regular
getting at.
If your deliberation is to continue, that will be your decision.
Okay, so.
Okay, so I'll try to be as quick as possible about this. At least there are less work items. We have 8 work items, a couple of which we didn't give points to because there was no real information in the application about what that work would entail or where the prices exactly came from. Obviously, the termite price is clear. So anyway, starting at the top, the applicant is proposing to replace the front door with a more appropriate style door to the house based on an example that exists on the house. Another brick wainscot, because these properties are so similar. This is more of a planter / wainscot. Again, the damage here is actually limited. This is more similar to the chimney, where it's very sporadic pointing damage. There's not significant issues there, so I couldn't give that points. There is a replacement window at the front of the house visible from the street. The house, for the most part, has a mixture of steel casement windows at the front and louvered windows. There's an issue with windows at the back that I'll talk about at the end. So we did give 1.5 points because it's a replacement window in keeping with the history of the house. Another replaced garage door visible from the street. This one's actually closer to the street, so it's more visible, but we didn't discriminate between a distant detached garage and an attached garage. The sewer line issue is a little confusing, and my staff report leaves it up to you. Like I said, sewer lines in general are common to all properties. At some point, you're going to have to replace your sewer line. Cast iron or clay, whatever, it needs to go at some point. The applicant lives on Neodrara Drive. Neodrara Drive is a historic district largely because a stream ran through the neighborhood. Originally, it was a natural stream, then it was an artificial stream pumped from a city well. The water table has gone down significantly in the area, but there still is subsurface flow of water around where the stream was. The applicant is saying that he has continual backup issues with the sewer line. To me, I have that at home, and we're going to be replacing ours because we're tired of having the guy come out every 4 months. But in this case, because there may be conditions in the street, and the issue is the sewer line, there's subsidence under the street, and so the sewer line, according to Public Works, is kind of bowing, which creates a dip, which creates the backup ultimately. Public Works cannot verify or say for sure that there is subsurface water that is causing this condition. They say it appears to be a likely culprit, and I'll show you some pictures. You can see that the street is sinking a little bit, and there's movement in the curb and cracking in the curb. So something is definitely happening there. So I left it up to the commission whether or not to consider this kind of the uniqueness of Neodrara Drive maybe being an extenuating circumstance that would make a sewer line replacement different here than it is for other properties. So I left it open as either an $80,000 repair or a $0 repair, or zero approved points, meaning in terms of point count, it's either 0 or 1. And I couldn't say what to do there. So that open. The
Sorry, really
applicant,
quick, is there an actual written estimate of the 80,000?
you can ask the owner that. He had an estimate, he's had this problem for years, or some number of years. He had a $70,000 estimate a while ago and kind of just pumped that up
Okay,
a little
thank you.
to try to account for the time passage. But now that the work is being done, he may actually have a number that I don't know, so he can share that with you. And again, the fact that the work is being done as we speak is something else for you to consider on that. Because it wasn't per an agreement as we had with the Smiths. When the application came in to add thermal glazing at the front, in my dream, I thought, oh, they're gonna keep the steel windows and figure out a way to either, maybe the profile of the windows was thick enough to allow for thermal glass, or that they were gonna do some weird system on the inside to make it work. But what the applicant really meant was to replace that sash. And I didn't think that that was appropriate at this point. In the future, if someone came to the commission and they had the Mills Act already, say, or Glendale Register property, and said, hey, we found windows that look really good and they're thermally protected, can we? And that would be a decision the council or the commission would consider in the future. But I didn't think it warranted points at this point. Termite report, same as the previous application, minor work scattered around different areas. And then the home inspection report, you know, as with the previous case, they give you a laundry list of things. There's always stuff. And the owner's estimate was 80,000 for that, but it wasn't verified by any specific things. He told me after the staff report had already gone out that the chimney box had a crack in it. Again, all houses with chimneys have that kind of problem. I'm not sure you would consider that, but he can present that to you if he chooses. So in comparison, so he proposed $212,000 of repair. Depending on whether you choose to accept the sewer repair, it's $95,000 or $15,000 in the staff recommended. And $15,000 is similar to what was the staff recommended number for the Smiths. And in the staff report, I didn't put it into this presentation, but thinking about at 50%, both of these houses are going to make about $5,000 in tax reduction per year. My thought was, if you can pay off your expenditure in 3 years when you get your Mills Act contract, the bang for the tax loss buck is not really solid there. And as a matter of, this is more a matter of policy. Does the city want to, as Lorna was saying, look at the big need houses or properties first before we look at the ones that, yeah, there's stuff here and there. Now, of course, the commission and council may disagree with, as Mr. Crignati said, with the windows, you may disagree with some of my assignment of points. If we're postponing full discussion of this till later, we can talk about that again, which is fine, however you guys decide to vote. So I put together the pictures for the house. Here's the existing front door, not appropriate to this ranch house. What's funny is these are original louvered windows, which at first I was like, well, we got to get rid of those, but they are original. They're proposing a kind of a ranchy looking door based on, this is the back door. Front doors do not always look like back doors, but this feels very appropriate to the house. If the commission felt that was appropriate, they could say, okay with this, or they could say, give direction on what kind of door they thought was better. Here's the brick wainscoting and planter area. I couldn't see significant damage. There was some pointing loss. The owner was showing there's some deeply raked joints, kind of recessed mortar in the joints. Some areas that were a problem, but not significant. Here's the window that's proposed for replacement, a hung window. Here's one of the original steel casements, where it's a casement on each side with a fixed panel in the center. Here's the garage door, 1.5 points for that. Here's what's happening at the street. These marks are on the street for the digging that has to happen to get the sewer line. You can see the trenching over here. This is a crack that has more recently developed where the curb is actually pulling apart. There's another crack in the curb, and you can see deviations in the street plane, suggesting that something's happening under there. But the person at Public Works, who I verified this with, said there could be other causes. It's not necessarily the stream. It could be a broken water main. It could be other things that aren't so very unique to this site. So keep that in mind. And then this case has an extra layer of interest because the applicant did some work in the historic district without permission. And it gets confusing for property owners because the work that was done does not require a permit. And that is usually what drives people to know they have to get permission before they can get their permit. So this was flat work and low, a low retaining wall. So I'll show you two things. This was the kind of little brick wall that did retain some dirt that was replaced with this. Staff ultimately legalized this work, partly because none of this brick at the front of the house was called out in the survey form, which we do rely on that as a baseline because we're telling owners, here's your character features and not. We do have the ability to go beyond that per the code for me to look at something and say, hey, that's a character feature that just was missed in the survey. But in this case, I didn't feel that way because this brick, even though it's red, is a different brick than this. It doesn't look like an original feature. Unfortunately, we didn't have a brick that was saved, so we could verify that. But zooming in, I've looked at this as much as I can. I came to a conclusion that it didn't look right. It doesn't have the solidity that you'd expect something to have. And then this tree the roots were growing and pushing it over. So the owner worked on this low wall. Originally, it's a block wall. Originally, there was not going to be stuccoed. I suggested if you want this legalized, there's stucco on the garage. There's other parts of stucco on the house. And so we thought, okay, we can't make a strong argument for this brick or these flat pavers here. Here's the other thing that happened was the walkway was relocated. So is this this is the old walkway when the brick was there. This had a fairly steep rake that the owner was uncomfortable maintaining and poured basically a new concrete walkway. This kind of flat work in a historic district is not a big deal for us, and we have approved it for other properties. There was concern from a neighbor also that the porch was extended. Before the walkway kind of came in a little bit, probably in this area, and the flat work here does extend a little more, but there was also more of a planter here before. It's such a modest change at grade. It doesn't jump out at me as any kind of issue. So we did legalize this work, but you should know that this happened. Whether that affects your view of the project or not, that's your call. The other thing that's occurred is some previous owner did replace windows at the rear of the property. And these are, now I can't remember if they're fiberglass or vinyl. I thought they were fiberglass. So there are a number of windows that have been replaced. If this were getting a Mills Act contract and the commission was interested in approving this contract, I would recommend that the replacement of these windows be included, which would definitely bump up the expenditure for the applicant and raise the point score, or the final score. But it might also be an investment that makes the applicant not want to move forward with this. So you can ask the applicant if you're interested in this issue, if he has feelings one way or the other. There are a couple of the original steel windows kind of on the back end of this picture. That's the back side of the garage. So those are the two things that have happened here. And then this is our last slide, thankfully. Here's the comparison between the two properties. Very similar valuations for each house, very similar estimated property tax, very similar baseline Mills Act, and very similar savings over 10 years. So it's weird how similar these applications are. When we apply the formulas, taking the 16,000 of the staff recommended expenditures, And then looking at and then dividing that or by the savings, developing this ratio with the 3.5 points that were awarded, you get a score of 1.09. Same thing here, except we have two numbers reflecting the sewer thing. We come out with 1.31. The sewer, which is $80,000, kicks it up to 9.68. This is an interesting visual idea in terms of when there are real legitimate expensive needs for a property, they're going to rise, and properties that have lesser kind of issues aren't going to make it. These two scores are so close that staff's recommendation, if you do not think that the sewer line is worth including in this, we're recommending that neither application be approved, in large part because the value to the city is so low, $15,000 of expense in exchange for a multi-decade Mills Act contract for this owner and any future owners. Once we start getting to the 9.68, that starts looking like a number. And again, we don't have a basis for comparing numbers at this point. Over the years, we would if this program continues. But that clearly suggests that this property would rank higher than this. But that doesn't prevent you from approving or recommending approval of both applications, as I said before, recommending approval of only one of them, or recommending denial of each of them. And that's that.
Any direct questions for staff? Not yet. Okay, it is now time for our public communication, public hearing on these two properties. I have 2 cards for one property. And I would ask you again to have 5 minutes, come forward, state your name and and purpose as the owner first. And then we have the Adora, so I'll go with the Smiths first, and then Silver next.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Platt.
Hello?
My name is Lee Smith. This is my wife, Francesca. We live at 324 Lawson Place. Francesca gave me a script, but I'm going off script because I was listening to what everybody had to say. And Commissioner Craig Naughty, when's the last time you took a client to show a home and they said, "Man, I love that asphalt shingle roof"? Anybody ever said that? Probably not. As you can see at our property, we have an asphalt shingle roof, which is a character-defining feature, is pretty darn boring. Now, the one thing that we really wanted to do, but Jay had mentioned that roofs aren't included on this, which I think is completely wrong. Our house originally had a shake shingle roof. And as we all know, you have to replace your roof every 20, 30 years. So the previous owner replaced it with the asphalt shingles. Now, if you look at our house, if we changed it to a shake shingle roof, which I know is illegal now because of the fire, but we've had samples sent to us from 2 different roofing companies that mimic the shake shingles. One company they're just bad. I mean, they were just like, really?
Plastic.
They were plastic. The other company that sent us samples, they're really, really hard to tell the difference between the original shake and the new fake ones. We gave them to a roofing company to give them to get us a quote, and of course they never gave us our samples back. But to do the roof in a shake style would probably run us from our roofers. He just gave us a verbal of about $60,000 versus a asphalt shingle roof, which is be 25 to 30, maybe 35 at the most. To have a new roof on our house would make a huge difference visually, as Chris was attesting to before, that you know, to look at the exterior of a house is probably the most important when you go into a neighborhood and you're going, that wow factor. And to be honest, that's about the only thing we can really do visually other than keep up on maintenance, take care of these other issues, to really give our house that wow factor and keep it looking like a 1955 ranch-style home. So now I give the script to Francesca, and I apologize.
So what Lee was going to say is, good evening, I'm Lee Smith. With my wife Francesca, we own the property at 324 Lawson Place. You all probably know that the city extended Mills Act benefits to district contributors in 2016. Since that time, we have applied twice before. We've been told by Mr. Platt that the applications would not be reviewed because staff had not prepared a historic district contributor application, which is both unusual and, to tell you the truth, inequitable for property owners. I've asked and asked, I've gotten dates that came and went, and we finally received an application this year in the summer. We got our application in. It's the third time we've submitted it. The requirements have changed. The Mills Act, as you all probably know, provides an important monetary incentive, which is designed to encourage the preservation, maintenance, which is a word in the legislation that enables it, and restoration of designated historic properties. If non-contributors were provided with Mills Act contracts, it doesn't jibe with the law. Making them into contributors is not something that it's designed to do, unfortunately. My wife has been involved in Mills Act contracts since 1998 when she was the Mills Act manager for the city of LA. Later, she participated in Mills Act review in Pasadena as a staff member and notably prepared the application for the Green and Green Design Blacker House. In that case, by the way, the green and green screens, which are appurtenances, when you move, you don't take them with you, were considered part of the historic fabric. And that client had his yacht captain remake them when they fell apart. We don't have a yacht captain. So there were some things about describing it. I don't understand why we're being considered with Neodrara Drive property. I've reviewed Mills Act contracts for contributors in at least 2 other cities, and we just reviewed them as they came up. I also think that the point system, while nifty, is needlessly complicated. Absolutely. Nobody seems to understand it. And it's also staff's opinion of it when you all haven't had the opportunity to even make a site visit. I think it would be very important for all of you to make site visits to these properties. Our house looks pretty nice from far away. Close up, when I put the pictures together, it looks a little bit like the Addams family lives there on certain parts. It shouldn't have to be competitive. I'm curious how Jay came up with those Mills Act estimates, because it's very complicated. I'm not sure if you use the income approach to value, how you got the rental prices and so forth. I also would like to say that I worked closely. Is it 5 minutes?
A little over.
Could I have a little more, if you please?
Yes, the chair will please extend your time for 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I'll go as fast as I can. The city's tax loss is absolutely minimal for each property. I worked with the then tax assessor, John Noguez, who is currently awaiting trial. He and I came up with an estimate to come up with an equation for every property so that the city of LA could track this. I gave each of you a list that has the staff reports, reasons for things, and then it has our justification. Since we've lived there, we replaced the electrical panel. We replaced a large amount of the wiring as we could. We have plaster walls. We've spent a lot of money on plumbing, electrical, maintaining our house, as one does. If any of you live in a property that isn't from the 1950s or less, you don't have to spend money maintaining your windows. They just work. Our windows, some of them don't open at all, other ones, you mash your finger. If they work at the right speed and we have someone fix the sashes and balances, that won't happen. The HVAC system on the roof was in the exact same location as the fence that was reviewed by staff, because we're in a historic district, and saying that it has nothing to do with the or the negligible impact on the historic character is funny, because the Secretary of the Interior standards say that you should not do something that doesn't convey the same appearance. So if we had the HVC on the roof, it's page 125 under rehabilitation for mechanical. The foundation bolting, we did, thank you, we did on our own, and we did it since we've made these 3 applications. The termite, we don't know what the carpentry replacement costs will be. There's no way to know once they do it, sorry. Plumbing, windows, keeping going, spark arrestor. Spark arresters are not original to ranch-style houses, Jay. The state of California started requiring them in 1998,
Oh my
and
God,
there
did
were
I make a
precious few
mistake?
before that. Stucco repair, it hasn't been painted over. The stucco is just peeling off. We've painted many times. The brick repointing, we've been hand watering most of the time we've lived there because it's a more efficient way to water. We don't use the sprinklers very much. You thought that a pile of old light fixtures were sprinklers.
No, I did not. You are so wrong about that.
Were you joking?
All right.
You did. So
No.
it's actually really galling, because that house has been overwatered probably for about at least 60 years of its life. Not our doing. It's even the brick is just dying. The brick is melting in places where the water doesn't even reach it in a rain. It's going to cost a lot. It's not routine repairs. If either of you have ever repointed anything in your homes, I'm thinking no.
Actually, I have.
Okay.
My dad was a bricklayer.
I studied it in grad school. I know how to do it. I'm not going to do it. The garage door, I think, is one of the weakest things. But the roof replacement is really important, and deeply textured shake roofs are a character-defining feature of ranch houses.
I think we get the idea.
Okay, and you know what? They don't need to be this complicated. They can be reviewed almost like the others. This took a lot of effort to put together. Having 10 subs at my fingertips who were willing to give me a written bid for work isn't easy, and it's needlessly complicated.
I do have a question for you, or two. When did you first apply?
Let me see my notes for Mr. Smith. It was
20?
April 2020, again in June of 2021. Neither of those came up on the, you all probably weren't aware of it. The city's website says, stay tuned for changes. There's going to be a new application in 2011. Stay tuned.
No, that was not for contributors.
I know, but it's still there.
No, the website's way out.
2011.
You know that.
And then what would you think of a delay?
I would be perfectly okay with a delay. We've waited all this time. It would not, if you all said you believed this was the right thing to do, sent that to City Council, we wouldn't receive the benefit until at least January 2024, and probably later. So we're perfectly okay with it. No, you don't, no, they don't do it. Actually, I work with the county assessor staff. It starts at the beginning of the following year, once it's gone in. The deadline is June 30th every year to go to the,
And how many years have you lived at your house?
15.
15 years.
14.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Any questions for our homeowners?
Before I can answer your question about the roof, I need to ask a couple of questions. Number one, is the composition roof that's there now laid on top of the original wood shake, or was the wood shake removed and you now have the sheathing and you have...
The wood shake was removed.
Was removed, okay. Do you have any idea of the age of your roof? Yeah, what is it?
Yeah,
it was According to my recollection, there's a permit from 1991, but our roofer, who has been doing little repairs here and there, has said, in 10 years, you will need a new roof. Right now, you don't.
Okay. So to answer your question, the vast majority of the people that I take through homes, whether they are interested in character homes or not, would look at that roof and they'd be going, I don't have to deal with a roof anytime soon. That roof sounds like it's in really good shape and it still has some life to it. So you wouldn't be necessarily replacing this roof because you need to, you'd be replacing it because it's for aesthetic reasons. And I don't think that that's something that we ever even regulate.
So, Chris,
I understand it's a detail. I totally get it.
Mr. Commissioner,
I totally get that it's a detail.
So that would ostensibly be when it was
However, I don't think that we regulate roofing material on contributors or even on, I think on perhaps, we would on a registered property, certainly a red tile roof, we would require that it remain red tile, but because we can't have wood shake roofs, because they are illegal and banned, we can't force, I can understand that as a city, we can't force people to put on an expensive product like faux shake. That's a very expensive product. And there are all sorts of designs of composition roofs that maybe don't look like yours, but have that design element that could be nice, maybe doesn't look like wood shake. But I mean, you're nodding your head as if what you're speaking about is fact. The fact is wood shake roofs are illegal. Replacing them with something that's faux is extremely expensive. I don't think it's appropriate to say that in order to maintain contributing status, you have to have that feature. We've already set as a precedent that you don't. So anyway, to your point, to your question, most of the buyers I see walking through a house, they'd love to see that it's one layer. They could put another layer on it when it comes time. They'd be happy to see that it's only 20 years old, not 50 years old. So that's the response to that.
Okay.
30 years old.
30. So
30
it's reaching its.
Yeah.
Mr. Martinian, any questions for the homeowners? Yeah. Mr. Morgan?
No, his expertise is answering all the questions.
All right.
And you all have my response to the items. I think I
Yes,
passed that out.
we do. We do.
So I hope that helps. And this is what I've done for most of my career. It's not my first rodeo, so
Thank you.
Very familiar with Mills Acts. Thanks.
Thank you both very much and for sticking around.
It's not like the Green and Green Mills Act. That was complicated.
Okay.
Thank you.
My next card is from Neodara Place from Ed Silver.
Hello. First off, my wife and I, about 6 years ago, wanted to downsize and started looking for houses. And at that time, every house you went after, there were like 12 bidders, and we went through a bunch of them we bid on and didn't get. We got to this one, and we both walked up, and that mid-century modern look just fell in love with, and we love this house. We love the look of it, we love the style of it, and now we have Jay kind of helping guide us to make sure we don't mess that up. Our intent really is to make this thing great, whether we get this or not. The front door was a door that we already picked 2 years ago, but because of COVID, we haven't done it yet. So that picture you saw is something we were already planning on doing. Jay guided us to the window and the garage door. So our intent really is to do this. A couple things I want to point out on Jay's review. The sewer, the street that's sinking, it is sinking enough to where the city is removing from that crack all the way down to the bottom side of our driveway and half the roadway and 5 feet into our driveway and raising the grade up because there's a big dip that accumulates water. And again, that's not they're taking care of that. We could have relined because our sewer is degrading. It's an old cast iron sewer, and we could have relined it. But because of the belly, we actually have 2 bellies in it, we had to dig it out and replace it. So that added cost is what we're doing. And it turned out that same contract that gave me $50,000 or $70,000, he bid $42,000, but then the city came back and recommended another contractor. We're down at around $25,000 now. So $22,000 for him and about $2,500 so it's considerably less than what I gave you. So you can edit that. So we are doing the sewer. The added cost is really what we would say, hey, that's because of the fact that it's sinking. By the way, I'm a structural engineer, so when I talk to public works people about soil and what's happening, it all makes sense. There is no other area, they told me, where this problem's happening, just this location. So it is unique to our property. The other thing is the reason why I just put $80,000, I'm sorry, I put the $80,000 on the housing report is we have a cracked firebox, which again, That happens all the time, no problem. Our problem is that brick on the outside, we can't match. It has to, if I have to fix that firebox and take that chimney down, I'll have to take that thing down piece by piece and put it back in piece by piece. It will be very, very expensive. That added cost, I think, is what we're going to be incurring. Plus the fact that it's all rake joints, which the current building code doesn't allow rake joints because the water gets in and it corrodes the mortar. So we're going to have to get obviously a variance for that, but I'm sure they'll give it to us because of the historic. So there is an added cost to doing those things. But our plan is to fix that, change the door, fix the windows, do the garage door. That's our plan. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit of cost sharing, but I get the complexity of it. And again, thank you for your time. All these 5 years I've been talking to him. That's it, thank you.
Not about the Mills Act for contributors, believe me, this is other stuff.
Yeah.
Any questions for the homeowner?
I do, yes. Yes. Okay, it's kind of it'll be two kind of questions. So you mentioned if you needed to rebuild part of your chimney, is that what you're saying? Yeah. To get to the firebox, you have to rebuild the chimney. In a situation like this, Jay, where the code doesn't allow for raking and he's got old brick and everything like that, just aside from this application process, if he needs to rebuild his chimney, he's in a district, they're going to immediately send him upstairs to you. What is staff's position on that? Does he have to save his bricks? Does he get a variance for raking? Or did they say, look, the codes are what they are and you have to...
The historical building code applies for all historic district contributing properties. And that's the building official determines whether the deviation from the normal code would be a safety issue or not. And if he makes a determination it isn't, he could approve the more deeply raked joints. If you're rebuilding, there may even be other ways to do some sort of...
I mean, we could replace all the bricks so they all look the same, but that would be everything.
Right. If this were just in a district without the Mills Act and they had to replace that chimney, we might work toward getting a close match. And this is one of the issues for the planter. Mr. Silver looked around, and I'm not sure how far, but looked to see if he could find a matching replacement brick and couldn't find that, and then made the decision to move on to the stucco block solution.
Yeah.
But if this were a Mills Act property, we'd expect the chimney to look really, really close down to material.
We would want to. We would want
to.
Yeah,
and so doing brick by brick might work. Rake joints would be a historical building code issue, possibly.
Rake joints are beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, much better than the smooth concave ones.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so with regard to the sewer line situation, it sounds like this has, what he's described, has really nothing to do with anything related to the historic anything. You've got a situation that you need to get involved with the city where they've got collapsing infrastructure, the ground is collapsing in a unique way. So therefore, I totally get that you would have to work with them and you could potentially have, so for my understanding is, in my line of work, what I'm told is, as a homeowner, you're responsible for your sewer line all the way up to where it connects to the city infrastructure in the middle of the street. So if the issues you're having with your sewer line aren't related actually to the deterioration of the sewer line itself, but rather the roadway or the dirt and everything below it, I could see you wanting to participate, asking the city to participate in the correction of that, because it isn't simply the deterioration of anything.
They refused.
Okay, so that's really...
They basically offered to reduce my permit fees, and they offered to do the asphalt patch because they're already doing it.
Yeah.
But they were in charge of everything else.
Okay, so I don't know that, when I was first reading this, I was like confused, because I was like, okay, wait, is the original, that historic stream bed actually running in front of their house? Can we look into this stream bed and see this thing? We can't. There's not really is it a character defining feature of the district that we're talking about, and he has to work around something? I'm looking at this now, and I get that there's an issue with something going on under the street. I don't know that it's necessarily related to anything historic.
The subsurface stream would not be a character-defining feature, but it is a historically related feature. I was just presenting that as
I mean, I guess my point is, I don't think that...
Unique to our property.
Right. So my question would then be...
Public Works did not share that judgment. They said, at this time, this is the only property that's having this problem. They didn't say it couldn't be a problem if there is a stream bed issue for other properties.
Well, that's kind of
That would
what I
all
was
be in the historic district, so there
Yeah,
there
that's
is
kind of
that
what I was
connection.
thinking. What sort of precedent would we be setting if suddenly this person, because of this historic stream, I think the word historic is not potentially being used in the way that I'm expecting it to be used. Historic meaning it's been designated as a historic feature of something. I think what we're hearing is that historically, in the past, there was a stream that ran through there. That has since been buried and put under asphalt and been paved over, and it's gone. However, geologically or whatever, this stream is still going there. That has nothing to do with our commission. That has nothing to do with us. That has to do with this homeowner and unfortunately what sounds like a stubborn public works department. So I don't know that, I have to say I think it's appropriate that there not any points be given for something like that, especially because I feel like that is going to we're setting a precedent for something that a neighbor could potentially say, well, he got this subsidy because it was a historic stream. And I just don't think it has anything to do with anything historic. There's nothing to look at, if that makes sense. I think, yes, you should have had a case
for the homeowner. Still.
One more question. If part of the Mills Act condition was that all of those other windows that are no longer metal casement windows were to be replaced, is that something that you would be okay with moving forward?
And then some. I think our intent is to make this house where it's supposed to be.
Okay, so you'd be
want it to
okay
be that. We want it to be
swapping
that
those back
house.
out to
Yeah,
something?
absolutely.
Okay, great.
These are old windows. They're not, I mean, I think these are original. The original owner lived there for probably, I think it's 67 years old, maybe 45, 50 years, and I'm pretty sure they did all this work.
Okay, so the windows, Jay, you mentioned that some of the windows have been replaced that are not.
Almost all the ones on the back.
I think it was about 6 windows. Some are like tripartite, some are bigger windows, but I think it was about 6, maybe 7.
And the front windows, I think our intent is to modify the windows to accept the larger pane of the dual glazed glass.
Got it.
Because, you know, same as our front yard, everything is native, everything is low, you know, we want to make sure it's, you know, low water and stuff like that. We want to make sure our house is insulated so we're not wasting energy.
Well, I understand. So Jay, you kind of started to say, is that something that we allow?
It's looking at the sash, it's not thick enough to take laminated glass. I'm sorry, insulated glass. There are other solutions like laminated glass that give you some benefit, but it's not going to be the same, but that can fit in.
We'd want to match.
No.
Whatever we do with the other windows replacing.
It would be glass. It might have a slightly different
But for the
translucence.
window we're replacing and in the side windows, we'd want to match.
Can we see?
Make
The,
it
No, it's easy. It's very easy to match steel casement windows. They make the same exact windows they made over 100 years ago.
can we see the grid again for his house?
Grid is
I'm sorry, the spreadsheet, the points. Okay.
the windows aren't included here because it was something I learned about
Got
too
it.
late.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I have no further questions.
Okay.
But if you, the windows would be a decent price for that many windows. Probably not. Well, if you're not approving,
Yeah.
could balance things.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, Warner.
So if I understand this right, if, let's say you do grant me the Mills Act, and we do all this work, and hey, now you're done, 10 years, 8 years from now, do you then terminate it?
No, first of all, we don't
Okay.
grant it. Council grants it. Secondly, Jay, it's a 10-year contract that renews every year, so the Mills Act contract remains on your property in
Always, yeah.
perpetuity.
Yeah, unless
But you
it's
can always
canceled by you
rescind it.
or the city.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it could, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
Jay, you should.
Or you do something bad and then we cancel it for you and charge you a big penalty.
unless it's stupidity, I don't do a lot of bad things.
Yeah. There's,
course, sure, man.
to your point, we've never had a Mills Act contract ever
Yeah.
disbanded,
Oh, we've gotten close.
but never yet.
And I've been talking to Jay for 5 years.
Yeah. So it would go on forever.
It's a big, big job. What you're doing now, I would not want to be on that side of the desk, so I know
Oh,
it's
come on, it's
difficult.
fun.
So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Martini, any questions? I have none, thank you. Commissioner Morgan, any questions? No. All right, thank you very much
guys.
for sticking it around. All right, our public communications has closed. Now it is time for commission members to discuss amongst themselves any comments on these two properties. I'll start reverse order this time. Commissioner Martinian, what are your comments?
So I guess my question is, are we going to move forward with a discussion and make a recommendation to council, or are we going to, you know, push this to a date uncertain and request a meeting before we come back to go over the process.
Sure, Kanati, any comments to Martina's question?
It's interesting, actually. I'm glad that we did finally hear the two, because there are some differences and some similarities. I think in this particular case, I think more points, more value should be added for the windows, because I think we would be asking them to replace, we would be asking the homeowners to replace those changed windows. I think I mentioned during my period questioning that I don't think that the sewer, in my opinion, the sewer line isn't really inappropriate, and I'm thankful that it's not $80,000. I mean, I'm thankful for that. I don't think that that is related to anything that's happening with regard to the, again, speaking to the point I was making earlier, that's not anything we see. That doesn't seem like an appropriate thing that we would even be considering based on how things work for us usually. Garage door obviously seems appropriate. Thermal glazing, is that adding that additional glass? Is that what that is? Yeah, okay. I think just in general, the windows are something that should be considered.
To say that number is not related, that number, I believe, from what the applicant told me, was his initial idea was to replace all of those window sash with a depth that would accommodate the thermal glazing.
We're not planning on replacing these windows. We were going to try to retrofit.
Right. My belief is you can't retrofit them with thermal glass based on their dimension.
Okay. Well, the $30,000. Yeah, sorry. The $30,000 on that line kind of is potentially in line with what it would cost to replace all those other 6 windows. So maybe you can just give that one a point, and then.
Well, what we could, if you are inclined to move forward with a recommendation to council, we will have time. We're going to council on November 15th. If the applicants, in either case of your recommendations, jump on it, we can revise the point chart based on your direction and whatever new information we get, so the council will have a more accurate point chart and expenditures and all.
Last minute comment, Mr. Conradi?
Last minute? I only get a minute. I think it's interesting. I think we could possibly adjudicate the two of these together, interestingly enough. I think we can compare them. I think, let's imagine that let's take away all of these points and everything like that, and consider each of these homes as a register property that we're considering putting a Mills Act, recommending approval of with the Mills Act contract, and a list of conditions. What would the conditions be for these two properties? Seems to me on this property, the condition would be that 6 windows be, whatever the number of windows are, be replaced. The front door be replaced. I don't think we would have an opinion about a chimney right now. I think he would be faced with dealing, if his house was approved, he'd have to deal with staff on that when the time came. I don't think we would have any comment on a Termite report or a home inspection report or the sewer line. Those seem to me like the pretty obvious conditions. I think if we went back to, maybe you could go back to Lawson Place really quickly just so I can see that list again. I think if we were considering this as a designate, as a resource with a Mills Act contract, I think the obvious conditions would be fixing the bricks, repointing the bricks. Oh, I think he had some brick repointing as well, the other house. So, obviously fixing things, the deterioration that's happened over time. We wouldn't be talking about foundation bolting. We wouldn't be talking about HVAC, any of that. We'd be talking about the obvious things. We probably honestly wouldn't be talking about the windows in this house, except maybe the deteriorated one in the garage. We probably wouldn't be considering the windows in this house. We would not put them as a condition, I should say. We would be happy to see that they were original and they were there. Whether or not they worked would be irrelevant to us. So I don't know. I mean, I think if we're going by this point system, which by the way has sucked the joy out of this process, I will tell you. It really has.
Thank you very much.
Out of this process.
Accomplished.
I think it's, despite all the hard work you did, I think it's wholly inappropriate. It's totally not necessary. I think I understand where you were coming from, but all I can say is I hope we don't ever do this again. So I don't know.
So attributing to Lorna's question,
yeah.
You'd be willing to consider these tonight before we go any further? Sounds like a yes.
It really is, I don't know. I don't.
No. Okay, let's hear from Commissioner
Yeah,
Morgan.
really,
What do you
I'm
think?
totally on the
You're
fence.
gonna
I
be
don't
the
want to hear
same
what other
thing,
people say.
because-
Okay.
Yeah.
Most of the things that,
What's your question, answer to Ms.
Well-
Virginia's question?
most of the things that Commissioner Craig Noddy has said, I agree with. And he has, I have to say, he has far more expertise on this. When you go down the list, the things that I've checked are pretty much the same things that he's checked on. I do have to say one small thing about the sewer replacement. I feel your pain because on the street that I'm on, we have liquid ambers, and they planted a tree right over where my sewer is, and the city would do nothing, right? They would do nothing. So I understand that completely. But as far as the water goes on that, in 1912, Glendale annexed the Vertigo Woodlands for that specific reason, because of the water, which they needed, which they stored down at a $75,000 gallon down by where the mobile station is today. So, I mean, it is historically correct. I mean, it's not something that just magically appeared. The water is there. There were two different rivers on both sides of the canyon that Glendale used, and was credited to have great water for that. I mean, but I do feel your pain, but I don't believe it's something that we would consider in a Mills Act. When I think of a Mills Act, I think of the Mills Act that we look at all the time, which is all exterior things, not all these interior things that have to be done. So going back to the Lawson, if it was a Mills Act and the HVAC came to us, would we have them take it out because it's not historically correct?
Yes.
That probably would have come out. It's already been done, first of all. It's already been moved.
Right,
But probably
Yes,
I could
we
see
would
a
have
condition putting out. It was unpermitted, so there could be a condition that we would have put
Yeah.
on it that it be.
Generally, we don't review permits when we bring things to HPC. And the way, I believe, if this were coming to us at a regular hearing, I would say, when the time comes to replace that unit, it will go down on the ground where it belongs and it can be screened or whatever HPC wanted.
I do remember that being something that we've seen
That's
before. yeah.
fairly common,
When it's time,
right?
then this is what should happen.
That would just be the natural course of.
Yes. Yes. They would have to get it permitted, so that would happen. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so I look at this as it's Mills Act. For me, you have to look at these as the way we see Mills Act today. And if it's not something that actually does with the exterior, I'm kind of lost. I mean, I have to go with what you say because I don't have a lot of knowledge. I mean, I'm not looking at properties, all the time. So,
If I may,
yes.
I think we need to step back because the process we're using today based on what City Council has approved is not our regular Mills Act process with conditions. So we really should not be having this discussion. And if the majority feel that you want to make a decision today, I don't think that would be appropriate if we want to have a discussion to change the process. I don't
Well,
think.
I love you said that, because I was going to follow, my answer to your question once they were speaking was, what if, because we are an advisory panel, we created our own policy at this time and then submitted it to council and let them decide, and they can accept ours or give us further guidance. So my policy suggestion would be that, and this is my own personal vendetta, but I've hated the point system since I was a student. And if my students were here, I give them a whole spiel the first day why I hate the point system, and I don't use a point system. I understand why it's here, but I just personally despise a point system. Like what Morgan was saying about benchmarks earlier. But if we looked at it from the Mills Act proposal, and we propose this to the council as Mills Act proposals, what would their response be, Jay?
Well, I don't know. But as I said, the position of all boards and commissions is to enact policy as directed by council. If you find that the staff recommended process isn't to your liking, that can be your recommendation to council. I wouldn't couch it as a policy that you're proposing. I would say, here are some changes to the process that we recommend. One of which, in your case, would be get rid of the point system. I will go back, though, and say, when we're looking at the 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, however many contributors we have in the future, if this thing gains traction, there has to be some objective way.
I understand the objective way,
And
yes.
and it's hard for me to think of a way. Maybe the point system I came up with is totally out of whack. Francesco said that my assessment of mills value is out of whack. I completely disagree because it is a benchmark, not an assessment of true Mills Act numbers, which is true. Thank you. Anyway, we don't want to do that, but I can't resist. I have to.
I know, I
Stronger.
understand, and you did a lot of work, and I appreciate all the work effort, like
It's a lot of
like
work, you're right.
Chris said.
So look,
And I
if
don't
we're,
wanna throw it
oh,
away.
sorry.
No, I'm, okay,
Go ahead, do you want to finish?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that since we're looking under council guidelines as contributing properties, that's the point, not Mills Act applications, but contributing properties?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Could we then make a recommendation with our motion following what we have typically done, sticking to your grid, but just making our recommendations along with it? So we're not delaying this?
I think we have to talk about changing the process. Council has given us a process to follow. I don't think,
Council didn't give us points. That was part of the staff recommendation.
yeah.
So that was our way of creating more objectivity. Maybe it's not total, but more.
What is council's direction?
Thank you. What is thank you.
Council's direction was to create a program for giving Mills Act contracts to contributors and
Contributors.
But they didn't review they didn't finalize or approve the program?
This came from the Historical Society, and
Right.
I don't know if Kathy and/or Francesca were involved in lobbying council, but council asked us to do this based on TGHS kind of requesting this change. And council didn't say, we want you to do this or this, they just said, we want you to create this program.
Okay,
And
so your point
that's-
system provides a lot of valuable information. What if we made a motion with our recommendations on what we would accept and not, like we did, taking away 3 from, and keeping the first 2 in the previous house, and give them a timeline like we have done in the past for other properties, and make that our motion? Would that work?
For these 2 properties, so to vote on vote on a recommendation for these 2 properties?
With conditions like we've done in previous, and looking at your grid, accepting
Right.
some and not others.
Well, that's what we came here expecting, but
Okay.
the discussion's taken us.
So what is the distinction we're making between an individual listing on the register and a contributor in a historic district? It seems like we're getting into a gray area. What is the distinction?
Well, I completely agree with what you said before. My vision of what would be the ideal property that comes forward and gets a Mills Act for contributors is one that needs a lot of work. So that's baseline what I thought would happen. Neither of these applications kind of went there, in my opinion. And so that's the expectation, but it's not a rule. It's not, you could look at these and say they're fine and grant Mills Act contracts tonight, or recommend contracts tonight.
So,
The question for me, listening, if I can just cut in, it seems like you're, as a group, you're going back and forth. There are big policy issues that you want to discuss separately by continuing this hearing. But in the recent discussion, it sounded like you were getting a little bit closer to being able to determine whether or not either of these properties would be something you could recommend to council. I don't have enough information. This is scheduled for November 15th at council. So based on all of our discussion, I couldn't go to council and say coherently, this is what HPC wants as a policy for this. The thoughts are too all over the place.
So what's the difference between these 2 homes and the one we looked at earlier and put on the register? Where are we drawing the line?
Well,
What's the difference?
If the owner of the Crestview house had applied for this before she did any of her work, a lot of the work she did was exterior eligible work, it sounds like. She did a lot of windows, for example. She did the garage door. She would have gotten some points for that.
Subsidies are reimbursed.
But the problem with her house is most of her windows are not visible from the street. Do we count a courtyard as exterior in
When it's behind a wall?
in a Glendale register? Of course we do. So those would count for Mills Act for a contributor also.
Right, but are we doing points or are we moving away from points? Because she didn't
With
need
the
to get
Glendale
points.
register? No, we're, as of now, we've never assigned points. Part of the
Right.
confusion is, I think some of the thinking about, at the very beginning about this, was to some degree based on looking, the city often has looked to Los Angeles for how to do things. Other cities don't have this bifurcated, here's our Register Mills Act and here's our Contributor Mills Act. Part of the issue talking to the applicants at Lawson over time was that point did not register. And I couldn't say it more clearly, and there was this idea like I should be able to file the regular Mills Act application right now today, and I should be able to be put in line for my Mills Act for Contributor application. I couldn't do that. We weren't ready for that, and we didn't have other applications. So that's past history, that doesn't matter anymore. But we, as proposed, we will treat Glendale Register properties differently. And other cities do ask for lots of things from their register properties if they get the Mills Act contract, including a historic structures report and detailed work plans with numbers beyond what we have here. It's, this could be even much more complicated than what you think it is now, so.
Well, frankly, I don't feel like I can make a decision tonight until we have this clarified in terms of what we're doing with our whole program. Are these two separate programs, or are they one program?
No, council's direction was to create a different program for contributors based on merit, based on the worth of the work.
Which included things that could not be seen. So that's what we're.
They didn't say that.
Didn't specify that, but in staff's proposal, I did include things like electrical upgrades. Now, if HPC thinks we should limit it to external issues, which seems like that may be a majority of you, that's the kind of concrete policy recommendation that I can bring to council. And that will help fine-tune this and get rid of some of these line items. Not all of them, certainly, so.
But then how do we stop every single contributor in a historic district from coming forward? I mean, are we just?
That's not our problem. That's council's problem.
Are we just looking for more, are we just trying to get more register properties, or are we trying to encourage?
Not register properties.
Okay, Mills Act properties. Are we just?
I think what we're trying to do, may I finally speak? Thank you.
Sorry.
I feel like my interpretation of what the point of this was to maintain the integrity of our historic districts. That seems to me what the goal would be, to maintain and enhance the integrity of our historic districts. Whether the property is falling to the ground or whether it's a property like this that has a high level of integrity already, we're doing the same thing with these folks that we would do with a register property, which is we're putting a Mills Act contract on this property to protect from future modification, to give the city oversight and control about what happens to this property, which, by the way, they already have with the historic district. So we have to be careful how far we go with this, because some people could argue that why should anybody be granted a Mills Act contract in a historic district, whether they're a registered property or not, because those properties are already protected. They're in a district. So that's not how this works. Properties that are eligible for the register, despite the fact that they're in a historic district, can still apply for a designation and a Mills Act contract. So we have a situation where a house is falling down. We have a situation where the integrity of this house is actually quite high. There's some maintenance issues that I don't think are relevant really to the conversation, but it's got high integrity. It's a house that, if let's say it had a superstar architect, let's say Lloyd Wright designed that house and they brought it before us, hands down that house would get the designation in the Mills Act contract. The integrity is very high. All of it is great.
That would likely be kicked over to Glendale Register.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm getting at. So it seems to me that rather than try to reinvent the wheel with something like this, we need to roll back and maybe get some guidance from council. What is the spirit of this direction? What was the goal? Is the goal to further enhance and maintain the integrity of our districts, 2 houses a year at a time? This is not a flood situation. He could get 10 applications in a year. We're only going to process 2. It's only going to be first come, first serve. If the goal is to maintain the integrity of our districts, which it seems like what else would be the goal if it wasn't that, then we should be evaluating these properties in the same way that we evaluate every property. Our conversation with the homeowner in Neodrar would be like, okay, you have a high level of integrity, but we're gonna, and if you want this to go under a contract with the city, you have to change your windows, you have to change your front door. We don't care about anything else. We never have cared about anything else. It should be very straightforward and very cut and dry. It should be the same designation process or approval process or recommendation process as it is for a registered property. The goal, the eventual goal is exactly the same, to protect the integrity of the resource. That's it. It should be very simple, and it shouldn't be competitive. Either it is or it isn't. Either this person on Neodrara is willing to live by the conditions, just like any homeowner that comes before us. If a house has lost all, by the way, we've turned homes down because too many windows they weren't even given the condition of changing your windows out. There was a house on Cumberland that had all of the windows had been changed. We just denied it. We didn't say, you can have the Mills Act contract if you agree to change all your windows. We didn't even give them that option. I'm not saying they would have taken it, but we didn't even give them that option. The integrity had gone away so much because of the windows. So we might have actually turned down Neodrara for integrity because it has had 6 windows that were replaced. That's just too many in our mind. That's why these things are not objective. They're subjective. And I don't know, I think this is needlessly complicated given what I interpret the spirit of the direction from council was. Council didn't come up with this. Staff did based on what council said they ultimately want.
Approved this direction, though. In their initial request, they did not. They asked staff to come back with a proposed process. Staff came back with that process, and council approved that direction.
They didn't see one of these.
They didn't see this chart. No.
They approved it in concept.
They understood that there would be a point system and a I'd have to go back and look.
Well,
HPC, may I just, if I may remind everyone,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I just have to say this. HPC did review a fairly detailed report. Nothing here deviates from that report. What you didn't have was the point system or an example of how the point chart is filled out.
Well, and to be fair, that's the one thing I personally am having a hard time with, is this point system and the chart. So that it wasn't presented to us. I'm telling you, this is not what I was expecting.
One process that comes to mind, since you want to have less objectivity through a point system at least, is that you think looking at the cost chart and maybe not assigning points, but just looking at the work plus cost, you're going to be able to discern between one application and another what could happen, and say we have 5 applications and say we're committed that year to giving up to 2, which is what our commitment was. Well, do you create a lottery system? You have 4 solid applicants. You can't say one's higher than the other. Do we have a random lottery drawing and the others can go back in the pool for another year? That's one solution that follows your direction. It's not what we presented, though. So,
well, it's not. But there's all sorts of versions of that we could do. We could say we limit the number of applications we're going to receive in a year to 5. If we approve the first 2, the next 3 wait till the next year. I mean, there's all sorts of ways we can go about this without it being competitive and all of these other things.
At this point, just we can't keep going.
No, we can't.
My recommendation at this point is that we continue the item to a date uncertain. I will talk to my, planning and city attorney staff to try to understand what our options are. I think going back to council and saying HPC is not comfortable with the process that has developed and needs more guidance from council might fly, but leaving it open-ended like that is, there's no guarantee we're going to come back with something. The council relies on staff, not just me or my planning colleagues. All staff for the city were the ones who developed various policy recommendations and the language for ordinance changes and whatever. So I don't know what's going to come back from that. We might continue it and just be told you just need to go back and continue this discussion and make a decision. And council will hear that decision, and in the council report will indicate that there was frustration or confusion or uncertainty on the part of the commission in if this is the best way to proceed. Council may look at it and say, listen, this is close to what we asked for and we're going to go forward, or they're going to say, let's hold this, and staff, here's some direction. So that's probably the most viable option. I don't think anyone here is ready to vote on the two applications. Is that correct?
Would. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I wouldn't feel comfortable with my vote.
Sure. If you want to ask that question, that's maybe a way that we resolve this and move on.
I just lost my train of thought on that. Okay. So to kind of summarize, council gave direction to staff on adding more homes, contributors to existing districts.
To giving Mills Act contracts to contributors.
To a year. If we delay this
To a
till.
year at minimum.
At minimum.
Yeah.
And these are our two for this year?
What's that?
Are these the two for this year?
These are the only applications we've heard of for
If we
years now.
delay this and we encounter more applicants next year, could that happen?
Of course.
And then we would have further guidance with the merit system of how to rank anything next year.
Possibly,
So-
if we're, like I said, some of these features, some of the point system may morph as we learn more or see things that we didn't anticipate. But I'm not sure.
So currently, we're at our limit with two.
We only have two applications. If we had a third, we currently have enough staff time to process that third. It doesn't really matter. This is.
All right.
This
And when
doesn't
you
help
say
us.
limit, I mean, it's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement.
Right? It's an opportunity.
Opportunity.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid if we push this back, we would invite the very problem you've been warning us could happen of ranking more than 5 if we get that many next year, if these are 2 of those 5 next year.
Well, one thought, and a lot of what I'm saying tonight, we're just talking as you guys are. We haven't thought everything through. I think I may have said earlier that if this got continued to next year, these 2 applications would be thrown into the pool of
Right.
anyone else. That might not be fair and that might not be right. So we might have a separate discussion for these 2 items, and then we'll have whoever else applies.
That would be right.
That seems right. I'll double check with the city attorney, but that seems like the way to go.
That would be my suggestion then this evening.
That said, though, we may also change the process if it becomes first come, first served. I mean, we still have to kind of talk through the process, right?
I, as a staff person, will never support first come, first served. It is totally unfair. There are already equity issues with granting anyone the Mills Act.
Very good.
It is a good thing. It's the main reason we have people applying for the Glendale Register. Not every Glendale Register application that goes through is as worthy as others, just in terms of its history and character. But it works for us in that way. I'm not sure how it works for us with contributors, and that's why.
So we have to have a point system. We have to decide what things we're going to be even looking at to assign points to.
Have to have a
I don't want to limit that. That's the system that there was this idea of how do we compare these properties in a fair way. So that's where that came from. There are other ways, but the way Commissioner Crignati was talking about just kind of reviewing this and saying we like this one and not this one as much. That's easy when you're looking at 2. And again, you don't have to approve either of these, or you could approve both of these. But if we start getting a handful or more, it's going to be really hard to do that, I think.
Well, right. So how are you going to make that distinction if you got 10 of them? How are you going to evaluate it?
I like the point system. I think
Well, that's
this
why I
works.
think you need a point system. You need
I'm
an.
proud of it to some
grudgingly,
degree.
This is what we have to talk about, not right
Well,
now.
this is not now. Yeah, we can't talk about it.
Not now.
So what would you think?
Yeah, we need to.
Let me sound off with each of you 3. If my proposal is we grant these 2 this evening with conditions like we would any other application, using the guidelines presented here as part of that process. We would pick and choose what we like, adopt the point system influencing our decision. And use these two today. And then submit these to council, see what they say about our proposal. They may like our items, or they'll send it back to us with their own proposals, in which case then we have a clear idea of policy. But since we are just advisory, we can advise them, and they can accept it or reject it as well. And in the process, if they do accept it, these two people, lovely homeowners, get their homes adopted this year, and we can further look at this next year with more council guidance. What do you think of that, Commissioner Martinian?
So does that mean, as part of this overall process, at some point, whatever we decide, we will no longer be looking at an expenditure to tax savings ratio and have that as part of our decision at all? Is that going away?
We could factor that in tonight if we want.
Okay, so that's something we probably have to discuss too. You know, how do we feel about what's been presented to us in the staff report? I mean, it
Like we would any
sounds,
other staff report.
sorry?
Like we would any other staff report.
Well, we don't usually have an expenditure to tax savings
You
ratio.
can determine personally if you think that there's value in knowing that information.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What do you think of going forward, Commissioner Martinian?
Council did review this current procedure, not every detail of it, but they did approve in outline the various things that we are looking at here. I don't think it is good for you to deviate from what council has already suggested. I strongly recommend that you either make your recommendations based on the system that we have right now, and I will bring to council's attention that the commission is not crazy about this process, but I'm not even sure that I have a majority feeling that way,
Yeah.
or I think everyone feels there could be tweaks. Or you just vote on these two properties in terms of a recommendation to council based on what we have. Or, I'm sorry, I may have said that one. Or you
Reject.
continue, no, you don't deny anyone, you just continue the item. But the thing, if it's continued, I'm not sure what we're getting, because HPC doesn't make policy. You can certainly make recommendations, and if you see failures of the existing way we're doing this and want to bring that to council's attention, that's fine. That's also something individual commissioners can do with their appointors. I think we have to have a motion on the table, and unfortunately, the chair cannot make that motion, and we have to start taking votes, because I don't think we're going to ever end unless we do that.
Okay, one last point. If someone is going to make a motion that suggests that we evaluate these two properties tonight and make a decision, then we need to fall into agreement as to what exactly the ultimate points are for the total points are for these, because we've made some adjustments. We're taking out the sewer line, we're adding in some windows, we're doing, we've discussed some changes to these, and we now don't know what the points are.
We're not going to be able to calculate the points, because
So that's something that needs to be accepted.
well,
We have to accept that this is not going to be a process that may be as cut and dry as we want it to be. If we're given the opportunity to comment on these grids and make comments on what the points ultimately are, if we don't come to an agreement on what the points are, then how are we?
Right.
it could
And
still
what
be
the
a
final
rational
score is.
process if you want it to be, in terms of looking at window replacement in lieu of sewer line, for example, at Neodrara. Different numbers, but you can start assessing, like, how many more points would we get? 7 steel windows, how much is that likely to cost? You can start doing
Okay.
it in your head, but we're not going to have actual numbers, we're not going to have good estimates, but that would be how you could do it within the current system.
Okay, so looking at what we have today, objectively, if we're doing this objectively, I think we all need to at least agree on what the 2 points are, what the total points are. I mean, you need to be working from the same numbers I'm working from, and so do they. We need to decide, is it 9.5 to 1.06, whatever they were, or is it the lower of the two? Is it 1.06 to 1.3? Right? Isn't that what we're having to determine? Right? Is based on the points.
Right, well, yes. I don't think it's impossible to do that. And in its current place, if both properties are only bringing $15,000 to $16,000 of value to the city, then they're kind of evenly tied, and that is why my recommendation is to not approve either.
Okay.
If either of these applications have work, whether it was anticipated on the chart or like we're talking about in the case of Neodrar at least, the sewer you're not going to approve, but you might approve the windows, and the same could be true of Lawson. If you're inclined to think that the roof replacement is valuable, then we're shifting some numbers around in a way that's somewhat predictable.
But aren't the points just as advisory as if you would on any other point make for recommendations?
Not sure what you mean.
Well, you're asking us to weigh this or that based on the points, right? Like the sewer versus the...
Based on the points and your view of whether you think that the level of work and the level of expense merits a multi-decade Mills Act contract that will produce at least $5,000 worth of savings every year for these properties in perpetuity.
Like every
That's,
other
I think, the baseline. What is the bang for the buck of the work that you're thinking about? Is it enough to justify, in your opinion, as the commission for Glendale, that these properties warrant a Mills Act contract? Council can, do what they do after that.
Okay.
You could also say, you could give direction to staff to say, okay, we need to get some real numbers from the applicants quickly. If you were inclined to approve the roof, which I think is the only big ticket item that is in play for Lawson, and the windows for Neodrar. And then we could revise the point count and explain to council what the discussion was. I would need some direction whether or not there's a certain threshold of expense to value of the work that the commission thinks is important enough or at a level high enough that you think that a property owner should get the tax reduction.
Does staff have a point level that they think is what the threshold is for approval or not approval?
Staff didn't know
No,
what
I
the
just mean
points were going to be.
sort of intuitively.
Intuitively, when I looked at the final slide or the final table and looked at that and said intuitively, if, oh, I'm at the beginning, not the end. That's scary, right? I'm Halloween terror struck right now. Okay. If I were trying to discern between 1.09 and 1.31, I don't know what that means. It doesn't mean much. They're very closely ranked.
It's a tie.
One is higher than the other. If it were simply a contest of points, that one would win, but I don't think that's right. If I'm looking at 9.68 versus 1.09, I think that's a substantial difference that indicates a substantial jump in expense that will take many more years to recoup at the baseline rate that we're looking at in terms of possible tax savings.
Is it up to us to choose?
But does it need to be 23? Does it need to be 100? I don't know. This is the first time we're doing this.
So if I may, I think the point system really works when we've got a number of properties, that exceeds 2. So that makes it more helpful.
Unless they all come
And
really
to be
close.
frank, I don't know that, right? I don't know by looking at these numbers if, again, they need to be updated, right? So we'd need to decide. I don't know if looking at these numbers, they really warrant the tax savings. In the bigger scheme of things, I don't know. And I don't know if we want to do those calculations today. To be honest, I don't think I personally can't vote on this today.
Okay.
So I'd
that
like
would
to make
be-
a motion that we continue
Thank
to a date uncertain.
you.
I'll second that.
That was Chris?
Yeah.
Should know your voices, but. All right, vote. You ready? Yes, I guess
Yes,
you are.
okay. It's now time for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Commissioner, well, formalities, we need to love them. Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Grignati,
Yes.
Yes.
No.
3-1 to continue. Boy, we could have done that a while ago. So, but I understand this is complicated, and and here we are.
My apologies.
Okay.
I would have just made that motion earlier.
I was going to jump in, but it's not my place. So, someone's been watching. Very nice.
Welcome back, Commissioner Yurka.
Did you enjoy?
Okay. It is now time for item 8.
Sorry.
A, update on the pending Bellhurst Historical Survey.
All right. We just had a check-in with the consultant. One of their key staff people was out having a little surgery. We're about a month and a half behind on the survey, but they're in the field. They've started the field survey. They're doing their research. The person who was out is the person who's going to be writing the draft. So I believe she's back and ready to roll. They've begun their deed research. They have to go down to Norwalk to kind of do the full deed research. What they're looking for is, can they find, one of the requests in the RFP was to see what they can find about restrictive covenants or other racial discriminatory actions, either by the developer or subsequent. So far, they haven't found anything directly related to the district, but their goal is to dig and see if they can find anything. They also dug into the history of the Lamert Company, which was another request that's different for this district application than others. And so they've begun that process also. And I didn't come here prepared to tell you, I can't remember what the proposed end date was. I think it was an 8-month survey. And it started 2 months ago. So we're going to be 2 months ago. Help me, someone. Is that August?
2 months ago would have been August, yeah.
Is April. So we'll be looking at early summer, unless they find something to pick up the pace a little bit. But part of what they're doing is they separated out we're doing the expanded district overview to see if there's potential for expanding the district, which was commission voted on. They're doing that after, so they'll be able to get us the draft, and we'll be able to get moving with the draft. And then while we're doing that, they'll be able to go out and do the additional survey work. So they think there's some time savings there. So that is my update. It's moving forward. There was a little hiccup, not a horrible one, and nothing unusual compared to some of our other surveys.
And the overview of historic
Nick,
district.
I'm sorry, I'd like to say something.
sure.
I've got all this pent up words.
Or,
Just kidding. Based on the conversation that we had about the garage earlier and DPR forms in historic districts, one thing as a commissioner that I would like to see is identification of whether a garage is considered a contributing feature of the property. I think especially with ADU development, I think that's very helpful for us to know. So.
Sure, I think most garages, I've talked to several consultants about this, and we just had the discussion with AMS, or ASM. We have AMS as our agenda system here, ASM. We had that discussion. They're definitely going to indicate whether or not it's designed in the style of the house, which gives us information about how to protect that appearance when someone comes along to do an ADU expansion or something. Most of the consultants, including some of our best surveys, still look at garages as ancillary structures. I know this has been a point of contention on many recent cases. I will mention it to them and see if they believe in professional practice that they're ready to do that. And it might be that some of the higher style garages, I don't know that these little flat roofed boxes like we saw today will be considered contributing features, but they could be, and I'll talk to them about it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Item 8B, overview historic district design review process is scheduled, continued to November 17th. Is that our next meeting?
That's our next scheduled meeting. We have items on that agenda. This will come to you. I'm not doing it, but we have been slammed, and so it's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised looking at what's coming ahead if it's not going to be November. Should be early 2023, if not. If the commission has any specific direction, because right now I have an amorphous request to give an update on design review in historic districts.
Oh, I have some suggestions. I want to know that staff is not approving window changeouts that are visible from the public right-of-way.
Well, I'll tell
over
you
the-
right now that we are,
They-
and we will continue to do so, but I can say that formally, if you'd like, in the presentation.
I would like us to have an extended discussion because I believe that policy violates the ordinance that many members of the community worked so hard to get passed and to strengthen protections for historic district contributors in particular.
I've been welcoming this discussion at council level, so it will start with us and then perhaps go to council. So.
And I was hoping, I think this is the item I agendized earlier in the year. I have a couple of properties, I'm aware of a couple of properties in the Rossmine Historic District that have had inappropriate changes that were contacted probably over a year ago, and during that time, nothing has happened. And so one of the things I want to talk about is the process in terms of when people do illegal or inappropriate, unpermitted work, what are we doing to remediate that? Because one of the homes, at least one of the homes has already sold and there are new owners. So I don't, I want to kind of
Citations
talk
go
through all
with
of
the
this.
property.
Right.
We can talk about that, but planning staff is not involved in enforcement. So I can talk about that process superficially.
If we could have enforcement staff here or something, because it feels like
We
there's
could.
a
That's
disconnect.
That's a different request.
Yeah.
And what I will do.
My item, because it's been,
It's ours.
Oh,
or our item.
I
then-
get it. I know
Yeah,
that things have lingered for years with citations on them. And it's not good.
Right.
And it makes people feel like they can get away with stuff. So I will bring up to the highest level that you would like to talk to or hear from our enforcement staff in terms of having an informational briefing and see if they agree to that. So.
Or do we need to talk, I mean, I don't know what the appropriate arena is for this. Does it need to be the head of the department? It's sort of like we want something.
Yeah, we're not going to send the junior.
Okay,
person,
yeah, okay,
so-
no,
Yeah, no, I get it, and that'll just be separate from a discussion of design review and
Is that
historic district.
neighborhood services?
Yeah.
Who's the head right now?
Peter Zovak,
Okay.
but he's not the day-to-day head. Armane Hunanian is the day-to-day director of that group.
I also just had one more question, because we had talked about a conversation about reviewing the methodology for the East, West, North Glendale Historic Resources Survey, and we were supposed to get an update on that today or have a conversation
So
about it.
subsequent to that request, you were in communication with the city attorney's office, and I don't know where that discussion went, and I'm not ready to agendize that discussion until that just, we know, what you guys talked about, and was there any resolution, which we can't talk about right now. I can talk to Mike and see what his thoughts are,
Okay.
Well, I honestly thought it might have been resolved, and you may have gotten an answer. You never let me know that you were having the conversation and what the results were, and I haven't heard from anyone from city attorney, so I don't know what that means.
Just so you know, you encouraged us to reach out to council members to have them apply pressure to have the methodology under HPC review. This happened at our last meeting, so that happened.
That's fine.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, you reached out to council, not to the city attorney. I just don't know where that took us.
I don't either. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, so I have no idea right now. So we can give an update on methodology advisement for HPC.
All right.
In the meantime, if anyone in the community could share with us the concerns they've had with the application of previous methodologies that have been used in our surveys, I think that would be very helpful.
Where would they share those concerns? Email you on the website, or?
I think some of the people are in the room right now who could help with that, so.
Okay. All right. Any last minute comments, commissioners? Okay, our meeting is adjourned at 9:15. Thank you all very much. We'll see you November 17th.